Restart. It looks okay. Let's see here. Hello, YouTube. Hey! Looks like it worked on there, at least on my side here. Hopefully the YouTube is still there. I do a little check here. There we go. Seems to work. Lovely. Okay, fantastic. Well, it's better plan for the fool than two trains thought. If you want to save space, don't commit anything that can be generated automatically. If you want to save time, it can be something good idea to go to writing. Blah, blah, yep. And clubs were saying build stuff can be saved. It was they're done. There we go. That YouTube, if hopefully someone chatting there. Oh, right. Let's see here. Click here. Well, hello, the Halo Bailing, I mean. Glad to see you again. Gotta pop out this chat. And manually copy paste a certain address into my OBS. There we go. And now I see chat from the YouTube side as well again. Wonderful. So, welcome. Glad to be back, Balin. And yeah, please tell me how it feels for you all. What the hell am I doing here? Getting confused, that's what. I'm not supposed to be looking at the internet anymore. We're done with that one. We can jump into this one. Ooh. Close these. In the background. Yeah, sure. Okay, Godot has died. Wonderful. Now we can start the game without worrying too much. Use SVN and suffer. Oh. And Git has everything you say, note by note. That's the thing they is mentioning, or else you're right on that. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Knapstone and everything. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, we'll do a to make sure uploading would be less horrifying. I'll have like not in my git ignore. Eventually, we'll have like the assets file does not go there because the assets file might grow, including music, art, all this stuff, and also because eventually those will quite possibly will then not be free license stuff, considering we'll be making for this project, so we'll be owning the rights for those. I'm not sure if I want to put those on a platform like GitHub, because then I'll have to be, careful about who can and cannot deal with those. Or like, copy paste. And I'd rather not have this project also teach me about, the gentle art of the cease and desist letter. There you go. It's much better that we'll save assets somewhere else, but we can have the GitHub have the code itself though, because that will be generated by me, and I'm okay for sharing that part. I love these like loading images. I mean, look at that cool car thing. I'm like, oh, I want that in my run, but it doesn't exist. We close this one, and I do believe we are mostly naked. We just have the jetpack bolted to our back. We are relatively well fed. The bread be loafing. We do magic, drinking magic.
Power low.
And power might be low, but it's still fucking high compared to most things, because, nuclear. Speaking of, how about the arc welder? How you doing? Arc welder is doing pretty well. We can exchange those batteries eventually, I guess. I need to go grocery shopping. We have a snow chaos here. So not being able to commute to office. So no bought lunch. Oh, tragic. No shopping on the way home. That sucks. I need to go get groceries, so I'll have to cook food for real. I can't have that. No, we cannot. Napsor. thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. I'll be seeing you around. And yes, it has been very snowy lately. Same here as well. Over the other side of the lake here. And I hope it goes well. And I hope you find nice, delicious, and tasty foods, my friend. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. It feels wrong. So we have to go back to the... Not that one. This one. I'm gonna hide that one, and from here, turn off our chili hoppy because and open the playlist. I'm not gonna buy more OSTs to add my endless giant playlist. I think that'll be fun. There you go. And speaking of bad weather, there was really bad wind here, and something really strange happened. Wind hit the window, and it was so strong that the pressure in my room changed, and it made me feel really dizzy. It was a really strange experience. Ooh, I think I've experienced a similar thing. At least I assume that's what happened. Yeah, that can happen, yeah, because the wind essentially can cause a low pressure environment, if I remember correctly, inside a room. Because, well, houses are not airtight, because that would be insane. They tried that once and then got insane mold problems. So yeah, the wind outside can be sort of like pulling out the air from inside, if I remember correctly. I might be absolutely wrong about that one. But I'm pretty sure I had similar things. We do that, and why is there a backpack here? It is the empty one, because we made our backpack emptying system work. Alright, do you have any seeds? No. Okay, these are all empty. Now, I want to make a different kind of farming system. But, hey, it turned on, so the automation hasn't died yet. It'll probably will eventually. Because it does that, because my code has some kind of bug in it. Needs to be fixed eventually. Our oxygen is at an acceptable level, mostly. And that's okay, because, yeah. And we'll may need to build a better system for that as well. Oh, so many things that need to be worked on. And more nuclear batteries. We made more... You've run out. So let's check, because we ran out of these. Okay. I feel like we might have enough super heavy cables right now. And we need the deep miners set up in the new outpost, so we have the iron, copper, silicon deep miners giving stuff in here. We have at least hopefully, let's put it that way, gotten our power generation. No, yeah, the Stirling's working and the gas mixing works. I'll have to go in here because I'm so silly I haven't really figured this one out just yet. Alright, you're all green except for you, so you've run out. But in general, you guys are doing okay. It's warming up in here. Oh, right. Yeah. Fine. What the hell does that one do? And I remember. That's fine. We'll have to have a cooling system here eventually, but that does not need to be now. What do we need, though? Is a pressure release valve, which means we do this. one way out. That's okay. And hopefully they won't... They shouldn't reach auto-ignition. Right? Let's hope for the best. Okay, the suit warning is already getting mildly annoying. The thing is, like I said, we have a relatively easy fix. Let's see if we can make more than one. So you need steel, inconel, and astralloy. We have inconel. We need astralloy. And there's the steel. Astralloy. Heckin' nuggets. There we go. The astralloy is at... Copper, steel, cobalt. We'd need a minimum of 100 steel for that to kind of work. Which we could do. We're gonna need it anyway. You're good. You're empty. So it's 1. Then 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, and 3. So that's 1, 2, 3, 400. Rapid degassing. I wonder if we could use the sort of PID type equalizing of pressures where the logic will be measuring the pressure inside the chamber, and when necessary we would, pump in more gas. So by opening and closing the inputs and outputs to maintain that pressure we want. And where to get heat for that furnace? I'm wondering for that for a long time. What's your setup? Oh, for this one. This pipe is filled with fuel. So we have this one-way valve, dealing with that one. The other one-way valve is where we store all the output gas. It's all through insulated pipes, and it goes through here, into this tank, which also then has a back pressure valve at 50 megapascals. So if we ever reach that point, we'll just vent extra. And here, because it's all insulated, so the old heat is stored, essentially. So I use this as both pressurant and usually heating for things that aren't that don't need that much of a heat. So if you have enough heat here, like we do with 1 kilokelvin, more than enough for making steel. So we can use this to make steel, and as we do that, it slowly cools down. Then eventually I'll use fuel to get to hotter temperatures, and then we'll have hot waste gas again, and we store those here. And get it all insulated, because the game has extremely magical, perfect insulation. We get it all, to retain that temperature. And what I usually do is also, when the pressure gets too high, instead of doing this one, we then open this one-way valve, which leads it to this system here, which is where I have, wastes. It's currently empty. We can close that again. Which I sort of originally designed for using the heat inside the machine to, we close that one, open that one, and then we can, first we suck in a little bit of hot air from here, and then we throw in ice, pretty much. And that way we can reuse the inputs and outputs here. So we melt ice, pressure goes up, And through that pipe, we can get all the like the nitrites and so on to go in here, or CO2, whatever. We could burn coal, I guess. And then this one just looks at that system. And then this pipe goes down to the oxygen filtration room where it gets cooled down and so on. Leave that at okay. Luckily, first open that one nice and strong to make sure that little crossing there gets emptied. Because I don't want really hot gas here by accident. Because when I open this one, then fuel comes. I don't want ignition to happen in here. I want all the ignition to be going on inside this thing. See, thanks. Hey, that works in Cura. And building the system also helped me realize that next run I do your basic furnace, I can save so much fuel by just if I can build in one insulated tank and a couple of valves, and like keep on recycling that freaking output waste gas which it has, because then this also makes excellent pressurant. Because most things still require that heat. Because usually what I need more of for an extra like is heat, not less heat. And if I do need less heat, I'll just chuck in some ice or something. So, that's easy enough. But using that, the old waste gases as pressurant also works just fine. There's a little bit of nitrous oxide in there, so if you could combine that with... that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Like, what if I sucked in a little bit of this, so we have a little bit of nitrous oxide, then we pull in the fuel. I think the nitrous oxide would prioritize the volatiles would prioritize oxidizing as super fuel before normal fuel. I don't know. It'd be interesting. And yeah, pressure's going down. And we can just then I can just leave this as is, but we increase that to 30. So yeah. Then you'll throw this one through. Yes, I'll need a stacker for this. Yeah, I'll slap it here. I'll put a stacker there. And there we go. Fuck, I can just do by hand, it's easy enough. I wanted them to just be hundreds. Actually, you know what? God dang it. There we go. There we go. Now we can use these, I guess, the alloy creation, and then we'll check again. What do we need for that one? We need copper and cobalt. Do we have full stacks of both? Let's hope we do. One full stack of copper. You should not be here. And one full stack of cobalt. Now, these should make 50 of the thing. A separate place for storing the empty ones eventually. There. Quick question. What do you... nitrogen and volatiles? Okay, so this guy gives up volatiles. So we have slightly excess volatiles. Wait. So now because our gas there had a little bit of nitrous oxide inside it. So if we throw in the cobalt, we would get a little bit, a tiny bit, go to the 50 moles. There'll be oxygen and volatile, so it will be generating a little bit of super fuel and a little bit of fuel. So yeah, I'm gonna want to be careful with that one. You gotta go. See you, and I'll see you later. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Naomi. I really do appreciate it, and thanks for participating in the chat and everything. It was awesome. See you around. Okay, so I think the order in which we throw these things in will be first the gasifying ones, and then the steel. Now if I turn off the output, I have a little bit of that. Temperature is kind of hot, pressure is not too insane. And now we're throwing the cobalt, followed by the copper, followed by the steel. Now I haven't... Huh. I was expecting it to be more dramatic. Oh well. The astronaut is maybe melted. We need pressure between 30 and 40. Temperature anywhere above a K. Three, two, that's probably enough. A little bit of fuel there. Then we can suck in that gas. And we're done. And then we open up the output. And like a little bit of volatile is surviving in here. Now, is that nitrous oxide going? It is going down, so there's a small amount of super fuel ignition happening inside there as well. That tiny amount of volatiles being pushed in. Temperature is still going down. And that's okay. And the pressure won't get too crazy. Whole bunch of fuel. Inputs are both closed. Great, here we go, vacuum in that pipe. I can come look at it later. Hey, okay, so I just wanted to make more nuclear batteries because I've developed taste, if you will. I think there's a box in there, we'll find out soon enough, I guess. So for the nuclear, we need steel, incontinence, and this guy. Five of these. Yeah, go nuts. Excellent. Not gonna leave that one alone. Oh no, all this shit is leaking here. Why are you not open? There we go. I guess we're leaving all the doors open. Gotta get the draft through here. And I do believe this is a thing. I didn't know to realize. Reinforced wall. Pause. What are you made out of? Astroloy. And we just made that. Well, we'll make more soon. Needing some stationeers. Well, hello there, fluffy buttocks. Hope you're doing well. Needing some station, absolutely. We got some deving done earlier today. We made some slow but steady progress. Had a good time with chat. And now we got the printer making large amounts of nuclear batteries, because now I want more of them. And then this one, you want more of, because I do believe a reinforced wall has a higher, at least, flash point and auto ignition point, but a nice 10,000 kilopascals pressure. Because I realized that I've heard that you people, you know, what you could do and have a good time is build a box around your automated furnace. All that heat that leaks would remain in there. And that apparently the furnace would remain hotter for longer, lose less heat, saying if it would be surrounded by a whole bunch of heat. So we'll be doing this eventually. That is a next level thing. But I put it in the title so that I would be shamed by my past self into doing what needs to be done. Let's see what Guardian do. We get furnace. There's an ingot selector code. Thank you, Balin Element on the YouTube side. Yeah, that is sort of what I'm hoping to get to then, eventually. But first we need to have an automated ore production system, which is done by those lovely, lovely deep miners. And for now, yeah, this thing is heating. If I ramp you up all the way, you get those last pascals a little faster. You need reinforced walls for that. Just put overpressure release on that cube. Monson Kier, that is true. But sort of conceptually, I just like the idea. So it's again one of those like, aesthetics might win here. Does it make sense? Not necessarily. And then Balin Element on the YouTube side saying, push in the stack all the hashes of ingots. If the recipe hash of the furnace is equal to the stack, open furnace. Neat. I'll see if I can remember that one. But it sounds fun. Now we put this down to the 30 where it was, and we close that off. And you as well. There's no point in looking at you. Save at least some of these electricity bombs. Okay, nothing but O2 in here. Excellent, that's what I wanted. In general, yeah, we'll have to deal with the pressures, the gases, the heat, and the atmospherics of the furnace room, and in general, our production room and living area. All of that. That'll be quite possibly in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. And Boomer Shifter, I thought you were coding 2D games. What happened? Well, hello there. On the YouTube side, yeah, we finished the minimum requirements for today for deving, and now you lied to me. we were coding it, and now we just change over to the other content of the stream, which is Stationeers. At least it'll be Stationeers for today, and tomorrow. Well, tomorrow there'll be no stream. Tomorrow I take a day off. There's, IRL has need to do things, and background stuff needs doing. It's you, isn't it, you bastard? Blew all them fuses. I guess I should have realized. Well, I guess I just had me an educate. Well, good thing is, in at least one of these buckets, I have things. These things. Confused, huh? And when you insulate the furnace, keep its bulk pressure near 200 kilopascals. I don't know why the pressure of the temps are high. Then catch shoots on fire. Thank you for the point for the tip there, Bailey and Lemaine. Yeah, that was my plan to have pressure regulators and stuff. There you go. So. Now, where all did you break? Right. The APC doesn't work as imagery. Yes, Sankira, I am realizing this. I'm laughing at my mistakes. I am a fool. Now this piece of wire doesn't do much. So we should in fact change into this tool and do that. Now everywhere did it burn through here? I'm pretty sure I had heard like multiples. Well, that's not even hooked to anything. Well, you burning is kind of okay because you also don't do nothing. But everything here seems to be mostly working, except you, of course. 1 and a 2. Transformers. Yeah, I mean, I am. But like I said, this entire place needs to be redesigned and rewired and done properly. Until then, we gotta do things in other ways. One of them being like that. Yep. Close you, and we open this one instead. There we go. Wait, this... Now let's just controlling that light. So the transformers ears are controlling this cable, which goes through here into here. So this APC is going through to, oh, so I'm still connected to the APC. Well, that's fine. No, it isn't. Explode any second now, aren't you? Scream harder into the cold, Hano. Eventually I might have to, Reaper. And future reference, battery charger takes 500 watts per battery, APC 1 kilowatt EA max. I love the sound of exploding cables when it happens to someone else. Thank you, Sankira. I find it quite understandable. Now this one is now... The problem is because this thing should still be breaking shit. Maybe it's because I had so many batteries on at the same time. Now most of them got charged. So we're going to have to unmake the bastard anyway. Easy enough. Let's do this. And another funny little explosion of mini batteries. We're gonna put it here, actually, I think. This way, it's taking power directly from what was designed to be the main lines. So this one is getting its input into this line from a transformer. The idea was to have a transformer's control goes in these lines, and then every sort of like area isolated by APCs to make sure things work, the way they should. I just never got around to actually finishing that design. We'll get there eventually. One of these days. Wow. I ate and showered and got ready for my grand adventure to the outpost, and I haven't even made out the door yet. Oh, right! I forgot. You're the bastard who keeps breaking shit. Now we had 50. You made 3. That's because, you need this battery. Yeah, so this is, the entire production floor needs to be redesigned to be sensible. I was thinking we would have each and every printer be behind its own APC to make sure the logics remain sort of internal, then have a logic system where we can determine how many of something we want to make, and so on. 500 watts per charging battery. Yeah. Yeah, Balin, I noticed that. Which is why it's good to have this thing here. Oh, turning on might help. Because he can suck it all at once. Its input is determined by a single transformer. Might even be maxed out, so you'll never get, we can at most get the half of the power that thing can handle. There should be 2 of them. Now I'm wondering, should I mean, one thing we need to do is look at this one. So if you want to use these to make that box because it'll be more fun, we would need, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 times 5, that'll be 10 astroloy. For some reinforced walls. Reinforced window, composite, padded. Enjoy vistas of the most savage alien landscapes with these heavy-duty window frames which are resistant to pressure differentials up to 1 megapascal. Needs stellite glass. That sounds fun. Alright, so if I let you make 1 more battery, and I turn you on, and we look at reinforced walls, the problem is you're going to take a while. And I'm impatient. The astrolabe would be the first thing to go. Alright, so while we wait for that one, I guess we can do a little bit of inventory. So we have a bunch of heavy coils, we have APCs, we have batteries here, which we technically should be bringing at least 1 of these with us. Because if we build the deep miner, maybe other things, we're gonna want an APC there in between. Just like we have a heavy Stationeers isn't updated on reinforced walls. It's 8 megapascals for window, 10 megapascals for a wall. Ooh. That's horrifying. So the in-game wiki lies to us. You'd think the devs would think like, well, if we're going to change these values... Wait, that means the values are saved separately in 2 separate points. You'd think they both look at the same reference point. I guess that's the way to build things. Yeah, we're going to at least one of these. Because I don't know what all we'll need. Oh, almost done. I'll turn you off, actually. But then that one closes, and then I can do... Thank you. No! Keep on running through the wrong way here. There you go. Go nuts. I'm going to turn you on again. You'll puke it out into there. We jump in here. We awkwardly crawl out here. Wrong button. The bastard ate it. That's what I get for her. Hey, good thing we only had the single box. Now, the good thing is... this shit can't fry it. And now we'll have a large amount of nuclear batteries. In fact... considering what we're building... we might want to do things this way, to be honest. Well, I'll put you there. Then we do number 5. We look inside here. The red space back has power-related shit. And there we go. I'm gonna put this in here, but, you know, yes, we're doing it this way. That's fine. And now, cardboard box is empty. Cardboard box can live in here. And I think the cabbages... I kept the value system so I can make liquid cooling system for generators. Liquid cooling systems for generators. Well, sounds interesting. Hey, the master's done. There we go. I have a box, and these go here. There we go. So now we have those. In this one we have piping related shit, but we're not going to deal with that. This one we have building related shit, which in this one has... we have steel sheets and frames. That should get us pretty far. We have a whole box filled with nothing but walls, which could get us pretty far. And then we have a whole box filled with nothing but plastic. Also gets us pretty far. Electronic parts, we have 3. How much do we need for that deep miner? Four. So we're gonna need at least one more. Hydration critical. Electronic parts. Yes, it's fine. Well, we're gonna want more anyway. It changed. So we have a slight amount of rot. We have an auto miner small, locker, landing pad, stacker. Nothing too interesting here. Wonderful, wonderful. We take our suit off. We get all naked like. We eat our delicious bread loaf. Another YouTuber much smarter than me. He made a GFG NOS code gas fuel generator. Liquid super fuel cooled with in-world liquids. Well, sounds pretty cool. I still haven't really mucked about too much with the phase changes of things. Oh, you're all kind of done, aren't you? Fine. So I'm gonna have to put some more seeds in there just to make sure they can, you know, keep farming. Sorry. That's 1 stack of 10. Stack of 9. Sure. Stack of 10. Sure. Oh, 3 would have been more than enough. Oh, right. I'll put you there then. Half. There we go. Alright, so now, if I... Nah, that'll be fine. By the time it says critical, I'll still have time to go. Because I do believe the battery warning system is only and purely... Oh, 13 of them. Looking at the sort of like charge percentage of our kit here. So you don't have electronic parts, but you do. And that's okay. It's a little intense, that one, so let's keep it for now. Oh, we have a trader here. Why do we have this fellow kidnapped? Because he sells ores. And I was gonna snag some of these ores. We can sell to him stuff I don't want to sell. I mean, I guess I could try to make a couple of these if you have the materials, but I don't need that much. I don't need the money. We don't need gold. We could buy a little bit of coal. I guess I could just always buy volatiles if they're available. And the copper. And... we'll deal with that bastard eventually. And eventually is not now. Right now we gotta run all the way over here. Run away. Oh, yep, and the deep hole is done. So deep, so hole. The Stirling engines are pumping and burning through a whole bunch of volatiles. Right, I gotta check it out now. So the gas, gas fuel generator. Pause the game so we don't lose the shit. So he has pipe input, output, connection. convection, solar heating, thermal radiation, also ignition. So if it goes above 300 Celsius, it'll just catch fire. And we don't want that to happen. So we wanted to keep cool. So I'm assuming we can just slap it out outside here on Europa. Might be a little tricky on Vulcan. We'll get to figure that out eventually, I guess. I love the fact that there's no explanation. Like, why does it have 2 pipe inputs? Oh, it has a pipe output. Waste gases, of course, when you burn things. And we can read these things. Now, if it's liquid cooled, and it radiates heat as it's, burning things inside, would that mean if you liquid cool this, you would in fact put it in a room filled with liquid? That's all I can really imagine. And because the phase change from liquid to gas should be endothermic, yeah? It sucks in heat. Then I guess you could pump the gas out, make that go through if I understood how the phase change machines turn it back into a liquid and pump it back in. Well, once you get that shit cooled enough. That sounds actually pretty fascinating. That sounds pretty heckin' fascinating. Gotta look into that. But now, we gotta run forward. But yeah, because we need to build the gas fuel generator anyway, and we can cheat on the cooling by just having it outdoors at minus 149 Celsius. That'd be crispy. But perfect for that really hot furnace. And then we make another system for, well, one more separate iteration of our our gas generator. The fuel mixing script. We'll just have to have another place where we dump a crazy amount of volatile, so we have a bunch of volatile gas, and then it can steal all the oxygen it wants from the atmosphere, free fuel for everyone. And fill a tank. Then at some point I'm going to have to properly build a managing script for everything. That is, I guess, after we start, then also we get this one running, and then we'll have the logic transmitters on our essentially 3 outposts, all connected by these underground tubes, because I want them to be able to discuss with each other. One of them will be, because they will all have eventually their own power production, and I want them to be aware of each other and each other's power needs. So if there is a power need, they will, and the others have excess, or they can give it, then they will feed power into this sort of shared spinal network here. Because currently this thing is just helping us get our outpost started out. I've returned. Welcome back, Knapzor. I hope you found delicious, tasty foods. For the past weeks, all I've been eating is eggs and mayonnaise, in the form of omelets. Because I need to lose weight. And one more week of this and I'm pretty sure I'll be easily below 90 kilograms again. So that's nice. Also, it's okay because, omelets are very sort of nice by themselves. And when you start getting tired of the taste, they're very malleable for, just experimenting with spices and flavors. So that's nice. And I'll do that. And why omelets? Well, they're easy, they're cheap, and I don't have to worry about it. I just do the same thing every day, and just spice it different if I want to. And in case someone is wondering, well, what kind of omelets are that easy? Well, the kind you make in a microwave. I'm eating microwave omelets, and I'm loving it. Again, the first time I heard about the microwave omelette was on like Thor's stream. And since then, I've heard about it from also, you know, they've been making clips about it, like actual like professional chefs and stuff, and they're all a little surprised about how hecking good the recipe is, and also many people have been mildly annoyed because, you know, a good omelette does take some skill. The microwave omelette does not. A true Stationeers omelette. And it's also really tasty. I mean, it's, you know, 1 egg, 1 tablespoon of mayonnaise, you whisk it together. Take a little bit of oil, I use butter, mix it in like 1 teaspoon, mix that in, put it in a microwave safe container, put it in the microwave for, I think it was 70 seconds, like a little bit over a minute. Comes out, you get a nice fluffy omelette. Because of course it becomes fluffy. It's one of those things which in retrospect makes a lot of sense. Because for a fluffy omelette, well, you want the meantime to become fluffy somehow. And what does a microwave do? It heats up more liquids, water most importantly, and it does it pretty evenly. So it all like evaporates inside the egg, making it fluffy. Like a nice fluffy omelette. One. God damn you, Dwarf Fortress, you have the most amazing of musics. Okay, we're done with the electrical wiring. Our tunnel comes out of the side of the mountain. Now it's open to open this one. I think that should work just fine. Oh, so from here, we need to find our target locations. We go straight this way. Go left. Northwest Highlands. Great Northwest Range. Excellent. $347, almost a full year. Almost. Getting there. If I die before that full year comes together, I'll be so sad. Because that means we have to change planet. So this thing is a permadeath. Come on. And then when we get enough iron, then we can finally also make all those floor gratings and have floor all the way through the tunnel. And eventually we'll make also enough wall... Well, I think we might have enough wall pieces. We'll see how many are left over once this outpost gets done. Because this outpost will have many parts. Ultimately. In the way that we'll have one... Because this is a crossing of multiple regions. We'll have multiple... Like for... Okay, let's see here. How to demonstrate. Along the tunnel, we ran past a deep miner. You see, it is in the Northwest Highlands area where it has a gold and silver composition, which we want. So that was happy. So we could remove that one and move it over here and place it here. And then it can have its own output go into the chute. Because eventually we'll have, centrifuges doing the resource processing in this outpost, and the chutes will in fact be shuttling through like pre-processed, like proper minerals. But for now, we're doing it dirty. And then from here on forward, we could then have deep miners in this area, giving us iron, copper, and silicon, which we desperately need and want. And then if we go down that way, down the hill, we'll have like, well, secondary outpost, which will be then pumping into this one, essentially, pretty much, because no point in like building in this giant construction other than with stairs, maybe, to connect them. And this one, because it is also in an area that is relatively flat, untouched by my filthy hands of digging, turning the beauty of nature into a freaking block of cheese. As you can see, I haven't been mining around here. So this will be also the testing ground eventually for figuring out how the hell Amy works. Because I built one. I've yet to figure out how to make her work the way I want to. Because it involves coding, and I quickly came to the conclusion that, you know what, I have more urgent project, this one can wait. So this is the testing ground for Amy eventually as well. Down there. For now, let's see what we need to do. I think we do one more grid. In this direction. Oh, I already have those. And the Welderuni. Alright. I would love to focus on aesthetics, but I don't think we have all the free time for that. Do you have... Yeah, you got dirt. You're good. There you go. That's the easiest way to... Now if we close everything, press R to set this one to flatten. That looks like good. Acceptable heights. Because flatten should be, you know, not digging down exactly. If I get decent heights, I dig from that, and I think flattens to the same one, which is what I want here. I'm gonna do a little bit more. Personally, Amy isn't worth it, the hassle, except on Lunar Mimas. I mean, she might not. But Amy, that lovely little robot, also looks like a fun challenge. It's similar to how I really want to start messing around with the Larry, but I'm not really done with all my Harvey experimenting. There's one more thing I want to do with the Harvey, pretty much, and before I get that one done, I don't want to build the Larry, because I know the Larry will just, you know, steal my heart, and then I'll never touch a Harvey again. Because it is, I think like last stream, I broke 200 hours in this game. There's so much to do, which is why we gotta, you know, at least try everything. And who knows, maybe we'll get her to work in an acceptable fashion, and then we can use then that code on other saves, other runs. Because that is something I very much actually enjoy about this game, is not just the coding, but you can have the library where you can, you know, download other people's functional code and save your own functional code. So it's relatively easy to just, you know, add more stuff. If there's a hole, she will find a way to fall in it. Well, that sounds like an, you know, adorably annoying feature. I can't wait to discover it. And, you know, just lose my shit. Because it'll happen. Alright, that's what we do, eh? You know, so it's you know, I'm not just a gamer, I'm a streamer. I'm here for the content. If there's a dumb way to do it, I gotta try it at least once. 200 hours, rookie numbers. They are. That's what I'm saying. These are rookie numbers. I haven't. There's so much still to see. And Knaps are having us questions. Knahanu, I am somewhat disappointed at the ore scanner with colors. Sure, there are colors, but no legend. Yes, that blob is red and that blob is yellow. I could probably have assumed they were different blobs without colors. Yeah. I made the color one for the first time on this run. And I was like, oh cool, neat. And then never really used it. I might even be carrying it with me. Yeah, or color scanner. You know what was really cool then? Oh no, the battery's dead. Tragic. The lenses. You see? I've been pushing out. I've been like, trying not to build them too early. Also just forgetting they exist, to be honest. And now I have them and they've stolen my heart. The ogre for more tunneling. Not you. Are you the one? You have a deep miner. Whoppa. Deep miner requires... It's hard to see sometimes which way these are facing. I really wish the power input, logic input, and arrows in out would be a different color from the rest of the grid. Because sometimes you get wait, where is it? There it is. This is the way we're facing. There. Pretty much. And then just to double check, I'm gonna close this one. Close that one, open this one. Whip out the most advanced of tablets. ICS. This one would be ICS. This one would be... If we do. There you go. And then we double check. I didn't fuck up again. I didn't fuck up, but I want this to be on the correct side, but right at the border. So then I'll know that from this point forward, we can put in more of these, which I kind of want to do on account of iron, copper, and silicon being very, very important. Far more so than gold and silver, to be honest. And now I'm making a ridiculous amount of gold. Lenses, yes. The lenses being the sensor lenses, which my character is wearing there. We see on the left here in slot number 2. Pause the game. Oh, you do require steel, silicon, and Inconel, so you need to have the advanced furnace to be able to make Inconel, because this is the advanced alloys made from gold, nickel, and steel. So next run we do, I'm gonna try to beat Balin's Alamean's record of 4 days to lenses. I doubt I will, but we have a target. How quickly can we get Inconel made? Which means how quickly can we get the advanced furnace made? And this one has... Oh, that is a very, very, very small pressure limitation. Pressure kind of low, actually. Wait, no, it isn't. It's anything between 600 Kelvin and 100 kilokelvin. So that is... Temperature just needs to be high enough. But pressure needs to be exact. So I guess if you get the pressure close enough, temperature high enough, then you wait it to slowly cool down or get the pressure down, and then you quickly freaking pull the button. Rest of those weren't too hard. And in case 4 days on Europa, normal drop. Ooh. One of these days I might try that one. One of these days. I like the fact that there's terraforming manufactory, but then you click it, then it just goes back here nope, no it don't. And the security printer is for multiplayer stuff. You can do, access stuff. It's what it seems like. You can make hard access controllers and all this shit, and I don't give a shit about that. I'm here alone. I don't need a gun to shoot another friend in the face. And the rocket manufactory, we have not built. We're not touching it until it's time to start making the rockets. We'll get there. Once the outposts are done, and we figured out a Larry, and all that cool jazz. Then we do rocket mining. And the lenses, in case... Let's see, can I... Yeah, I do. So we do... You open there, how lovely. So we can Put in a fresh battery. I close you. You see, when I activate my lens and I have the sensor processing unit for the ore scanner, I click on. Oh, would you look at that? That's iron. I can't see it through steel, but you see? O2 for the oxide. Down there it looks like a C. That is coal. That looks like SI for silicon. I know that the color there is for iron. Iron is purple. That would be nickel. That's either silver or silicon. AG or SI. It's silicon, SI. And security printer is also used for mining charges. Cheap. Oh, so the security printer can make cheaper mining charges. Interesting, good to know. Not that I mean, you start with some mining charges, and in the beginning of the run, they might be a little fun for getting your surface deposit slightly faster. I haven't really felt that they were particularly worth it, other than that. But yeah, the sensor lenses here are nice high-end equipment. Let's see, and then I have the other. See, the celestial scanner is heckin' pointless, to be honest. Because what it does is we see there's the moon Io, there's Ganymede, this is Jupiter, there's Callisto, Uranus, Haumea, Pluto, Aries, Neptune, Saturn, Mars. I'm assuming this might make more sense at some point when we get to the rocketry stage. Weird bug, turn on the glasses and hold the tablet in your hand turned off. Let's see here. You can see Uranus just fine. Then we look at number 4, was it? And number 6. And then there's the T-ray scanner. We're switching to that one. And what we see is chutes and wires through walls. So this is more handy when, doing your base building and seeing what connects to where. If you paint pipes or cables, they change color. So it's a good way to see what connects to where from wherever you're standing in your base. So this is very handy for just base management and building things. See what connects to where. With the GPR script, and we put the GPR in. Whoop, and we look at. Yeah, we can't see through the tablet. We can't see ores through steel. I mean, it makes sense to me. I did not even consider that it might be a bug. Are you sure it's a bug, Balin? And I need to make myself a goal that's interesting on my world. I've been doing poorly in terms of progress as far as 100 days I need to go. Yeah. Well, Invisible G, that helps you. I have lost my beginning charges in the storm, I think. Yeah, I mean, they make boom. They will kill you. And if you have a stack in your hand and something else in your hand, the activated one goes somewhere in your inventory. They won't tell you where. You'll have to hunt it down in the few seconds you have left until it detonates. I had a death that way. I didn't count that one because that was bullshit. But that was one of my first deaths on the moon. We don't need the logic one, and from here we need to figure out how to fix this one, which means welder times. You need some steely sheeties. I used to be able to see through steel if you had the tablet in your hand. Ah! So the tablet used to be magic. I mean, not that it really matters. I mean, if I'm using the mining thing, I'll be deep underground with just a heavy miner, just tunneling like a worm. That is how I did most of my mining last night. I mean, last time we played this, and good times. Classic Bob prank. Yes, Knapsor, it is. It is a very classic prank that'll make you sad. Then we screw these drivers, we put the steely wheelies away, open the electronics backpack, and there we go. And then it's time for the electronic parto. I'm gonna want to put these in. I was gonna put them here, but I can't because the thing is. There we go. So, deep miner in our desired area. Done. Now, I want you to be powered by a nuclear battery. Heckin' nukes. Yeah, perfect. Had to have a little bit of a thinky poo. Oh, we actually had a little bit of power in it. Neat. There we go. Just so that, you know, it can keep doing its thing for as long as necessary. And no, there's a lot of shit I don't care about. Your kind of work, it's a-okay. Now, to connect these things, we're gonna have to do another shifty thing. So you will go to this corner and then this way. So I want that machine to be outputting sort of ASAP. Oh, well, that's the. I just answered my own question of what to do next, which is close all of that. These cables away. Close that one. Open this one. Nope. This one. And super heavy cable time it is. Now, we're doing it sort of like, oh, one here, empty, one here. So this is. There we go. Where it's supposed to turn. Heckin' perfect. One. And then a curvy boy. Yeah, right now we're just continuing in an ugly but functional manner.
Hunger, caution.
Get it. Why won't you? I hate this. See, I'm looking at the thing. It should be linking to this thing, and it will. See if we change from straight to a normal straight, or not. Okay, but here as well. See, the straight went to the correct place, but the 10 long one doesn't. You have to be really awkward with freaking aiming at this thing. Keeps on wanting to do dumb shit. I don't like it. Makes me upsetty. Right, in the spaghetti. Okay. Now this continues. You're gonna do some weird shit. So let's do it also in weird ways. Sorry. Ooh, Balin. Sharing some info here. And a great use for the mining charges at the start is securing the lander. I'm in day 28 and my lander is stormproof. Like you dig a hole underground with the charges. And the lander then... Now I'm assuming... No, we dig underneath it deep enough, use the charges to make a large enough sort of like space for it. Then you manually remove what's left underneath it, because I'm assuming the charge can destroy the lander. Then the lander falls in the hole and you build the floor on top of it. Maybe even your entire base right on top of it. No one knows you got a lander trapped inside your basement. Just like in like The Sims, your art column, I believe they called it. I never really played The Sims. apparently fun tactic for many was locking a poor soul in your basement, forcing them to do art. They're very, very unhappy, but everyone else is doing good, and the sad man's art is apparently very nice. People like it, so they make good money. You know, for the family. Now, we'll fix this when we eventually get to building an actual building here. And in the meantime, we look inside this one. Inside this one, close that. Yeah, that entire cable is gonna move. That's exactly what I did, so my base has a permanent beacon. Nice. Again, you gotta keep on backing out. There we go. One, two. And we go. Alright. Now we have shoot connection here. Shoot goes here. Get stuff from in here. There you go. Deep mining, deep mining. Big battery, big charging. So now, once that thing just gets dark, deep enough, we'll be getting ourselves a nice, delicious iron, copper, and silicon mixtures. Now, oh, and the total is 0.5, isn't it? So it's actually pretty decent. Decent amount of stuff. So we're gonna end up with pretty much more of these here and feeding into a greater structure. And which way do I build it then? If I go with the idea of like using stairs, we could then have stairs from like straight here going down, and there would be another like direct continuation of this one straight down. Then you take the left and you enter this deep mining facility. And then eventually we could have that the deep miner down there and this one both feed to then the sort of local centrifuge area where they get cleaned up, and then the cleaned up stuff gets sent back. I kind of don't want to make things too floaty. Now I can imagine, see if I can fit into my head how this structure would work. I guess we could at least have, you know, like a wall go up here, then come across here to make these things look at least a little bit less, you know, levitating as they are currently. And then we go this way. There's a door. You enter through the door. Then there's deep miners. Now, the structure would be going We enter here. Okay, so it's going diagonally this way. In other words, we could continue this sort of line of deep miners that way. That way we can have multiples of these. Mining from here. And then a separate tunnel kind of thing going this way. Or through that tunnel, who knows. Digging into the gold and silver, should we want multiples of these. And then they all go to the sort of cleaning facility, which I guess we could build down there. Yeah. I'm seeing it. Now we gotta run home before we die. Of starvation. There we go. Empty box. Now this is all that gold silver area. Now we have more than enough gold. So also then we would want a way to turn off the deep miner over at the other area. In fact, I kind of feel that it might be a good idea to just remove it altogether. At least for now. Because this one giving us, you know, gold and silver 2 to 1. Wait, this one also has, yeah, 0.3. I think the other area also had a 0.3 sort of resource efficiency. So the iron, copper, silicon area is already much more bountiful, being at 0.5. Oh shit. Alright. It won't be causing too many troubles. But I forgot to put in a stacker at the output of that machine. No biggie. Now what all do I need? Yeah, but a 2 to 1 silver, because gold silver combo is, you know, electrum, which we need for many things. Your gold needed for something, so these would be more than enough to deal with that. Now, personally, if you find a pure gold region, swap to that. Silver is not used that much versus gold. Yeah, well, my first deep miner is in a pure gold area. This one is gold and silver. And my silver is used for, you know, electrum. And electrum is used for things like the heavy cable and some alloys. So I want the gold and silver combo here. And SNL region will give enough silver. Oh yeah. Silver nickel. Oh yeah. The lower range one. That is true. So I should remove the stacker from there and the deep miner. Run all the way, get all the way back. And there we go. Jump in here. Alright, now we're starving, we're taking damage. And let's see here. Whoa. There we go. Now we're no longer dying. Finish consuming the bread loaf. There we go. Give me a quick sec. I have returned. So, the loaf has been consumed. We used the sneaky mega cheese trick of drinking all the water with a single click. There we go. And hygiene has been fixed. Dirty water is increasing. Everything is A-okay.
Power low.
Empty the mouth farts. Plants be growing. Yeah, because I'm looking at the Larry and I really want to make a properly like Larry automated farming system. But first we're going to make, an unnecessarily convoluted way to farm just nothing but grains from here. Only wheat, if you will. Using only harvests. And like I said, I want to do it that way because I don't think I'll be using that many harvests in the future. Larry just seems so much better. As though this will be the harvester Harvey room. Ooh, they're all heckin' charged. So we can do that. Womp. And that. And anything else I don't want to like accidentally ever run out of battery, we could do this one. Well, eventually we'll change all the tools. I think I might want to have one extra here just in case. Now put them of course inside the sensor lenses would also be pretty nifty. But they seem to be leaking a lot of power. So they'll get to wait for now. Alright. I think we're going to want lights where we're building. We're going to want stackers, which we might have in here. No, that's just chutes. We have one silo, which would work. And what am I looking at here? I'm looking at the beneath thing. It's a centrifuge. Combustion centrifuge. Made from a kit. Made in a auto lathe. Tilo in Invar and Constantinople's. And the key item among you might have noticed, I got immediately distracted. You know what? Sure, make 4 of them. That'll be fine. We'll get them done eventually. And we have, I believe, 6 centrifuges down there. And what do you know, 6 more electric ones here. So we're kind of okay on centrifuges for a while. But, these, well, they go through a lot of power. So, gas-powered ones might be more efficient. But they need more coding. Whereas the current ones well, the code needs a little tweaking to make sure they don't waste fucking power, which they currently do. But other than that, should be fine. But anyway. It is a little bit of a special day. Like I said, yeah, tomorrow will be no stream, and day after will be a stream. But I'm gonna take my dogs out for a walk now, actually, and then we can have some more streaming happening after that one. So, oh, there we go. And I wish the devs would change the gold silver region to pure copper or make it a gold copper. Yeah, I can see that, Balin, on the YouTube side. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go walk the dogs. Shouldn't take too long. IRL has its needs, and they need to be walked now. And to make sure our friend here doesn't tragically pass away, we're gonna open up the Stationepedia and pause that one. And we shall admire the kit of the combustion centrifuge. Actually, we can look at that one. I might be wheeling that one eventually. Well, we are, making the kit today. We'll see if we get them in action. Most likely not. But hey, I'll be right back. Won't be too long, and then it'll be back to then getting that outpost properly in action. See you soon. Hello, I have returned. Decks go off. Everything is A-OK. Wonderful. I now have my cool drink and a new hot drink. A mostly decaf coffee, partly calf. It's cold as heck out there. I don't even know how cold it is currently. We don't have a thermometer here. Oh, wait. We can see if the internet guess for my current local temperature.
Pepe Pulse, Pepe Pulse.
Minus
Pepe
13.
Pulse the music.
The music. Cyberpunk 2077 does have pretty cool music. It is true. Thank you, Game Potato. Want to get TTS again? Because those were your first words today, I believe. Next time you want to pause your char, place him in a sleepy or a cryotube. Dude, I gotta remember that one, Balin. Thank you. I forgot that was a thing. There was a lot of production and things happening in the background, which would have worked. Also, then we need to make sure and that cryotube has a powerful emergency power supply. Because if, you know, shit happens and we run out of power, then it would be, you know, a shame to die because of that while I was walking the doggos. But thank you, Balin Elamain on the YouTube side. We'll have to build one of those. Now, these are a soon kind of thing, not a yet kind of thing. Yeah, the whole centrifuge project can wait. We are mostly fed. Batteries are okay, flips okay, yeah. Okay, let's just run back. I feel like I had a sort of semi-inspirational moment. Yeah. Oh, we need to shoot that thing into here. Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, having your outpost slightly further away and having to deliver things back and forth. Sleepy work just fine. I don't need to be naked to enter either. That's a good point. We'll have to build one. Well, I need to build a cryo tube anyway to make it, because I have one, and it'll be good to have an emergency cryo tube. Now, it does also mean we need to do another batch of liquid nitrogen again. Now this time we'll see if I can remember Balin's tips and tricks for how to use it by cheesing it through portable machinery. And yes, we're gonna steal this one. I'll leave that as is for now. Let's see here. Yeah, green one is for these. Middle one, yes, we have stackers. Wonderful. Why is there always sometimes this bigger gap in between these things? It's annoying. See here. Weird. And then we get a null problem as well. My last outpost has 4 gas centis that portable tank that fuels them. And 19 megapascals lasts for about 2 to 3 days IRL time. Ooh. Nice. Still need to figure out how the whole centrifuge to deep miner ratio should work as well. So I've had now 2 deep miners feeding my 6 centrifuges, and they, well, sometimes they sit around doing nothing. Or, well, wasting the energy is what they're doing. Hecking electricity wasters. 249 days without dying? Nice. You go away. Now the good thing is, yeah, the machine we're digging with will give us, like I said, iron, copper, silicon, I believe, in large amounts. And iron is what we need to make the floor pieces. We have 1 silo, which we will... I don't think we need to build it just yet. Yeah. First we'll make the sort of the simpler version of this place that we might need. Then we'll go looking at making the next one. Because, I mean, the, like, outposts and, yeah, whatever. The centrifuges need some tweaking. God, I wish we could have, like, some form of buildable... I would gladly spend, you know, like any decent developer, I will gladly spend days to save minutes by building a freaking monorail network, so I could just sit down, go through my beautiful, lovely tunnels, because I like the tunnels. And now, you know, I've gotten a taste. I don't know if I can ever build anything in this game without making it into heckin' tunnels. Now, the second deep miner will go here. Excellent. You can suck out from the same APC. Let's now build the bastard first. Now, where is my weldy? Bang. Switch it out for the screw of driver. Electronic of parts. There we go. So now we have 1 pure gold and 2 from this region, which would be giving iron, copper, and bananas. We will... We're going to build it in an awkward way. Oh, wait, no, see, that one will come this way. They'll combine paths here, then they'll link around into this thing. And from here you go up. Looks a little awkward. Easy fix. It's called build more frames. And if made your tunnels 3 wide and 2 high, you can fit a rover. Well, Balin Alaman. You're giving me ideas. Maybe not on this run, but then on Vulcan. Because if I remember correctly, Vulcan is, yeah, it's extremely hot. Very spicy air, difficult. So I was wondering, like, how good of a, like, sort of quote-unquote strategy would it be to just explore all of Vulcan from underground? You could, like, you know, have your atmosphere nice and safe, doesn't get too hot, it stays just noise, and then you have your separate sort of surface access. The rover idea is fun though. Though whenever you have to turn and so on, you'd have to make like roundabouts kind of things, because I'm pretty sure it'll have difficulty turning in that tunnel, but it could work. And you can't. Oh, tragic. Well, we'll discover that when we get to that place. Doesn't mean we won't try. And if we can't keep it nice and safe, well, we'll still do our best to have a good time. So now that's fixed. Vulcan has this thing called lava. Oh. Balin, tell me no more. I want to discover it painfully when I get there myself. But god dang, am I intrigued now. Now we look at this one. Look at that. Let's do a quick little tool change. Just up, yep, and I feel like I might have found it a little late, but I'm really happy I found the sort of flatten feature. Much more like detailed in its mining. And we can get like actually flat. Wait, does the mining... Wait. I did not check that. Like, did it actually mine it? If I mine it this way. There we go. Okay. Now the maximum stack size for these is 50. In other words, set it to 200. Because why not? And we close that one, we open this one. We need our wiry cutters. We need our number 5. Mambo number 5. Open that uniform and number 5. Now Venus. That'd be a great idea. Ooh, well. I've been talking about Vulcan, so that'll be the next one. And then, eventually, we'll have to then try other planets. We gotta build, gotta build them all, as they say. I have a feeling it'll be a project that'll span years, to be honest. Because we can't keep on playing just one game. Because if we do that, I will burn out. And everyone knows, if you force yourself to play a game, you're just not gonna be the same. You're not gonna have that much fun. Now for this. And I would hate to burn myself out on this one. So, but yeah, currently still. Loving the game immensely. But you gotta be careful with that. Because I did that with Valheim early in my streaming, because I never played games in the same simply hours per day as I do now as a streamer. And my very first really long time spending it with a game was with Valheim when I joined Casual Elephant's Kasheim server. Had an absolute blast, and then I thought like, well, after his like mildly modded run and everything, I would like to try again to play Valheim more vanilla. And I did that for a while, and then I found a point when I realized I'm forcing this. And I was not enjoying myself. And as such, I realized and learned, yes, the very real, true importance of, pacing yourself, if you will. I think we can do it that way. It'll be slightly long enough to be okay. Wait a minute. Can I? Okay, this feels silly, but I wanna. Oh, we can't do it because the cable's there. So still have to go up, but that's like eventually. For now, we'll make a silly but hopefully kind of functioning junction. Perfect. Did I accidentally win? I think I did. Look at that, I came in heckin' amazing. Boom, Bell on the YouTube side saying, with the 9k hours in this game, I never done Venus. There's something about it that I don't like. Oh. Well, now that also then sounds like an interesting challenge, because if it's something that rubs people the wrong way, it might rub me the wrong way. But I'd like to find out. And also because then I can have an actual opinion on it, because I've noticed that, you know, being a streamer and all, people keep on asking my opinion about things every now and then. You know, so I'd better have something to say, eh? Thank you. And if something is wrong, rubs people the wrong way, there's also, yeah, well, you know, my sort of like interest in game dev that also, you know, comes through there, because whenever something just, you know, especially if people just say like, I just don't like it, I'm not sure why, that is something that I find very interesting, and would very gladly spend time to figure out like, okay, cool, why then? Where does this come from? Because sometimes it can then, you know, end up being something relatively, you know, simple. Sometimes it's something more complex, and sometimes it's something that is, you know, just really hard to put your finger on. Realize what I'm describing as well, but it would be as another puzzle to solve. And I do like me puzzles, to be honest. So you're on, but you're actually mining. You're just digging. Can't dig that out, so at some point I might have to disassemble the entire machine just to get rid of that piece of snow. Well, that day is not today. So now we've achieved 2 deep miners in double checking again, just so, you know, to make sure the world just hasn't suddenly changed completely while I wasn't looking, because you never know, what if it might do it. So now we have 0.5 efficiency, so for every ore we dig, we get 0.5. So for every 2, we get 1 of these, where we get copper, iron, and silicon. And we got 2 of these. Working in tandem. They're gonna get stacked. Oh shit, no they're not. How could a moron would do this? Let's see, come on. Straight, corner, window, junction. Ooh. So now you output. Junction goes in the correct direction. Goes in the machine boob. Get stacked, yo. Get sent back to base. Heck name. Boom, Belen Alamein on the YouTube side, commenting that when you go to the Vulcan, turn off your shadows in the settings. It can cause even really high-end 3060 plus vid cards to work. The devs say, okay, thank you. That is good advice. My 1080 would probably have been chugging extra hard there. Or, oh, I had to go a bit down before it cools down. Man, it's like I said, yeah, -12 outside currently. It doesn't feel that bad, but you know, below -10 is where it starts to be like you know, hurting your face and nipping. It can be a little annoying, but I still prefer it to, you know, around 0. Around 0 is where, you know, things start melting and getting muddy, and I'd rather take the dry painful cold over muddy weather. Any day. Okay, now let's have a look see here. I was having ideas. Probably stupid ideas, but they were ideas. And they involved me continuing more deep miners in that general direction. And then trying not to breach this tunnel and more miners in that direction. Now these are structures, and so they don't really seem to give a rat's ass about stuff like damn it. The storms. Thank you. Now, how... Oh, I got the hiccups. Sorry about that. That'll make me make awkward sounds. Silo. How tall are you? You are, I want to say 3 grids. And you have an input very close to the top there. Yeah, it looks about 3 tall. So we go down 2 grids. Yep, works for me. And then you go back, and we close that. Because as it is, it'll work acceptably. So I'll grab you, and then over here on the... I'll just change directly to the mining belts. There you go. So place the silo here, its entrance should be above that line. So then this would be the level of centrifuge. We can save on some of those, but okay, let's first... Now remove those and put in walls. Ah, fuck, buckets or something. Now this looks like an acceptable limit, so we can do like this. We press number 4, then we press R, and then we click set flatten, and then it won't dig too deeply, too greedily. We can do some actual like terraforming. Another good part about this run, I'm having me an educator, the mechanics of the game. Change the default. Close enough.
Hunger caution.
We shouldn't need any more of those. The caution, 29%, that is A-okay. No rush to deal with that. Just yet. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The good thing about this playlist is that it is giving me a very large desire to return to the magical world of Pillars of Eternity one of these days. Because like I said, I do own the Dreadfire, the sequel, and I've yet to play it because when I got it, it being a sort of direct continuation of number 1. So the choices you made in the first game would affect the part 2. I was like, oh cool, but then I didn't have my save from the first one because I played it actually on a friend's computer. If I remember correctly. Oh wait, yeah, no wait, because we used this whole... Because we lived together, so we could we sort of like use the whole shared games from an account kind of thing. Well, the save games didn't properly... No, they're going to save in the cloud or something. I can't remember. There was something about it and I couldn't get to my old save. Where I finished the game. So I was thinking, oh cool, well, I'm going to finish the game again. And I tried. But I underestimated the length and strength and power of that game. And ended up doing something else instead. Because the problem was other cool stuff was happening and... Well... It was at the time of my life when I wasn't playing quite as much as I am now, you know. One of the joys of being a streamer, you can actually play games like you kind of wished. One of the negatives, you kind of play games because you kind of have to, because, you know, you're doing it for a living now. But I'm looking... Hey, I saw you. You're trying to hide from me, eh, you bastard. I know who put that frame there. Couldn't have been me. It was the other guy. I will type 1. Sure, put you there. There we go. Now I've been meaning to make some, you know, learning to make YouTube videos for a while now. So what part 1 will be, of course, just editing the videos I have, at least the ones where I'm doing multiple things in one stream. I would like to have separate playlists for just purely the game dev stuff, which hopefully in the future will be easier to do if I maintain what I did today of, you know, cutting off the YouTube stream when I change from game dev to gaming. Well, the old ones need to do, well, we need to do some work on those. But I've been wondering about what kind of guides could I make to this game. Like most of the guides I feel like have already been made. But that's okay. I can add to that infinite pile of game guides. And for me to start with the rockets. Ooh, Balin. Oh, lovely. I'm really looking forward to rockets. And I'm certain you will be, once again, a font of infinite information. Though, again, I know you really like your rockets, and I know you're going to get really excited about rockets too, as you are currently. But, you know, try to keep it on the level of advice and not backseating. You've been really good at it, though. Because I remember in the beginning I had to ask you to calm down a little bit. But like I said, telling me about, you know, warnings about shaders in places is more than acceptable. Absolutely, no, that is the kind of stuff I really want to do, hear about. And then, of course, you know, math equations, because I think it's unfair to expect someone who's going like, I'm going to go with minimal help to then reinvent, you know, physics with gas stuff. But the way you did it was amazing, where you gave me just equations, and then I could figure out the coding by myself. And then you did helpfully share your code on the Discord as well. So thank you for all your help. Okay, so then here we have... I was thinking the general direction of them will be they come out, and then we'll have the silo. You know what? I can just slap it down now. We'll see how it works. It will not be in use for most likely a while, because, well, we'll need it eventually. Like, if I put you there, I was more wrong than I could have possibly imagined. It was a 2x1, not a 3x1. Okay. It's not a problem. I'm just annoyed. Sorry about that. Had to have a bit of a meh moment internally there, because I wanted it to be all pretty and shit. Oh, hand releasing. It's not that I wanted to be all pretty and shit. I just I wanted to feel clever. It'll still work more than, you know, just perfectly like this. Then we'll just have the, you know, shoot, come here, go down a little bit. Especially now there's a little space. Actually, that is way better because it has a information port here, so maybe it's better it went this way.
Hydration critical.
Balin saying, I'm thinking of making a creative save with a rocket built to show the basics of what's needed. I just add minimal programming in them. Ah! Yeah, I can see that. That'd be really cool. And of course, they do say that one of the best ways to learn something is to teach. And that is very true, I found. So if you want to learn more about a game, try to make some guides for it. If you think you know about everything about a thing, well, try to make some guides for it, and you might soon realize, like, oh, actually, I'm not sure how to do this detail when you try to think about all the possible ways to, you know, talk about stuff and explain about things and what might happen. And that's why I'm also looking forward to trying to make some, you know, like I said, a starter guide for this game. Okay.
Hunger critical.
I'm pretty sure I'll learn more in doing so. Okay, that thing's just gonna hang out there, and I absolutely lied about where the output was. It seems like my original plan would have been more than perfect. There we go. Let's run through the tunnels once more, all the way back to that delicious sandwich waiting for us. Well, it's not even a sandwich, is it? It's just an entire loaf of bread. Just munching into it. No butter, no cheese, no nothing. Just bread. Bread. Matt. And there's only two that you need to program the engine. One, no, the other not. We'll get to them rockets eventually. Yeah, now it should have, in theory, a whole bunch of iron coming in as well. And currently, the centrifuges we built, they handle a mess of inputs. So I'm wondering if the because then when you empty your your thingy and the centrifuge, and there's less than a gram left, I think it usually leaves that like 0.4 grams in there. So that way, yeah, it'll be better to have like a specialized centrifuges to handle all the different things. Yeah. Just a random thought. Because right now they're handling gold, silver, and, well, no longer silver, but then gold and the other stuff. So that is something we do. Now, I don't think we are going to need to give a shit about that outpost for a little bit. Until we figure out, for example, like how a gas centrifuge works, would be neat. And then we need to muck about this piece of code down here. Fell down a hole a little bit. Our normal drinking takes a while. Temperature is nice, balmy 22 Celsius. Making wonderful. Oh no, we have run out of sandwich. Very tragic. Does the hard suit have a bit stronger outwards pump than your basic spacesuit? Because in this one, you know, you can have your more pressure in an air tank with a smart one. But a smart one as your waste tank is kind of pointless because apparently there's a maximum of how many kilopascals of waste you can put out. But does a suit, a hard suit, can you use a smart tank as a waste tank? I don't know. Hard suit. Solar heating, thermal convection, thermal radiation, waste tank type, waste tank, index 1. Support, program chip. Filter release pressure, external. I have no idea what the setting does. It would be handy because I've only learned pretty much through chat, giving me advice when I'm coding, that in what certain items setting actually does. It would be handy if there would always be a quick text here. Because it says here, what is the setting? Well, a variable setting that can be read or written depending on the device. Cool. What does it do though? In this particular device, that would be a very important and handy piece of information. Why the heck is it not in this Stationpedia? Internal memory, size 0 bytes, access read write. Is this like the maximum or how? Because internal memory none, but I'm assuming it would have some. Like, why does it mention it if it doesn't have any? Yeah. And then the logic slots for logic of the slots. The pressure, the temperature of 0, 1, which are the tanks, the charge for the battery, which is number 2, quantity of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, damage, how much damage they've taken, our occupant hash, what is inside there? Is it occupied? Class, information, is it upper or lower class, is it fancy, or is it just, dirty little peasant? Integer representing the class of object. Well, that doesn't really help them much. Max quantity, max stack size. Okay, I understand why some of the, this one doesn't matter, none of those stack, but at the same time I get what it's there because I think all kinds of slots of this type that thing is having will always have that information. No description available. Filter type of filter, right? And unique reference identifier for this object. Oh, so we can get that thing through slots. So then we can, if you have a thing in a slot that can sort of like, I don't know, read right to somehow, then you can use it through there. And it would work regardless of what's in there, because he would just always grab that particular thing's unique reference ID. Okay, cool. Class, I think, means type, like ore, seeds. Oh, thank you, Balin. That would be handy if the game would tell us that. Again, I love the game. It's fantastic. This is everything I've been wanting from a game for a long time. Longer than I even knew until I started playing this one. And I have not really done anything too complex here yet. But still, the first player experience is its real shortcoming. I think the game would have much more appeal to people, and a lot more people will be playing it, because I feel like many of the people I know who have tried the game. Then it was all difficult, unfair, and confusing, and then, they played other games that were more fun. So yeah, the Stationpedia needs absolutely an update. Desperately. I know they're doing all kinds of cool features for the game. I think they should put that shit on hold and fix the Stationpedia. Because with a better first player experience, you'd have a much higher, retention, as they say. People trying the game, actually playing the game, and then they can actually have a Stationpedia that actually helps them. Okay, cool. Now I can figure out and know what to do, what's happening, and I can continue. Because no game should ever think that its main information source is an external fucking wiki. Especially because for this one, it's an unofficial wiki. You can have an official wiki and have the in-game thing like grab information from the wiki, as a site. Massive information hazard. You should never do that, but you could. But I think it says a lot that is pretty much the only real gripe I have with the game. Backpack can be very useful when I'm working inside and don't need to fly around. And he had 20 slots compared to cardboard box of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. You have 9. What do we need to make these? Stellite and astroloy. And I'm in desperate need of sandwich. Yep. There you go. Box full of centrifuge. Can should go up. Do we have it here? Steel, stellite, astroloy. No, we used all the astroloy to make the walls and the batteries and a tiny bit of stellite here. We should make more. Did we have any consoles? So pure gold, gold and silver. That'll make a whole bunch of electrum as necessary. There we go. Ooh. Make a little bit of iron here. 1, 2, 3, 457. Ten. Maintains acceptable temperature, pressure slowly increasing as the stones off gas. Now I'm really sort of looking forward because I like the pressure regulator work we've been doing with things like the fuel mixer and so on. So I'm very much looking forward to eventually trying to automate this device. So I do believe I'm going to have to break it down and move it. Because because it is poorly placed in the middle of a grid. It needs to be on a square, right on the edge. So the question is, what do I move? 457, thank you very much. Close the input. Put that one back to 3. Yeah, we're gonna want a dial or multiple buttons or something that we name here on the side. And for purge, maintain, stable, and so on. A dial or something which we can use to set our target temperature, pressure, and a separate for the target temperature. And then we'll eventually have to figure out the logic to maintain all of those. When I realized we have the piping to igniter and everything. Maybe we would never get out anything in the Aiken furnace. We have a separate tank in which we essentially just put in a bunch of fuel and set it on fire. So we have one tank filled with stuff that is as hot as possible, pretty much. Acceptably hot, decent pressure. Another tank which has cooler air. And then a math system similar to the bid, pretty much. That is, we could use a gas mixer to mix them so that we get them to. We can mix those two hot gases to get our perfect target temperature, and then the internal pump on this device could be then sucking that gas in. So we get to the pressure we want. So one PID controlling these two to maintain the desired pressure. Then an external one with a gas mixer controlling with a cooler and hotter gas mixture the gas going in. The good thing with that would be that as we put in more hot gas, we can have it do that relatively slowly, even because as we put in more ores, they'll degas inside here and start cooling it down, increasing pressure and so on. And they'll do that before all of the external gas has been put in there. Interesting. Now you have that thing. Oh. I don't know how many of these stack into. So that's going to be interesting. That green? Stairs. Eventually this will be done. Well, a full stack. Let's say it goes at 5. It goes there, gets vomited out, and that thing should turn this off. Unless there's still broken wires. Oh wait, no. I can just do it manually, I guess. Ooh, we're getting further. Oh yeah, because I want enough stairs to get from the tunnel exit to the lower level, and then from there, pretty much all the way down to the next area. Ooh, 351 days, not long left for that achievement. Did I finish my hot drink? I did. How tragic. What's this one? Stairwell. And we'll use those ones here at the base. I can do one more. Hey, perfect. Silo, you need gold, copper, and steel. Right. Because these come in through the 2, 3, 300 bits, we'll call that 350. And that's 4. That should be 5. I think they don't actually degas because they came through the centrifuge, right? Temperature's going down, but that might be just, the act of smelting it. Pressure increases. Interestingly enough. Four, 7, 6. Thank you. One, 2, that's 100. And that's 200. Ores pass through a Sentis degassed. Degassed. The gassy and the ashy. I think we'll put in just like a couple of hundred. Right. Then we'll need this guy. We need steel. So they're done. And we do one of those, and 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Should be more than enough. This piece of coal is gonna hang out there. You're gonna hang out there. Oh, would you look at, we had a bunch of steel up there, but that was meant for, further alloy mixings. Okay, good. And then we should get to 300 there. Last one, 3 to 3, 3 to 1. Making perfect. And going to wait for the temperature to keep on increasing as we pump out the old gas, suck in the new one, and we're done. Close the input valve. Then the input area will be slowly, a little bit surely drained. And everything's a-okay. There we go. Oh. Silos. We're gonna be wanting... And we're sort of eventually one for everything. Now, no member of these buggers stack. So we'll do that one and this one. So it'll make a stack of them or just one. I'm pretty sure it makes a stack because at least the SDB silo stacked. I don't see why that one wouldn't. So now we have enough stairs to get down there. We look at our spacey packy, and this one we have still some frames and some sheets. Stairs can live there as well. And we have a whole bunch of centrifugaloids. We could put a... Well, eventually for the outpost, we're going to want, you know, station batteries, windmills, all that good stuff. Well, that's a then kind of situation. And more deep miners. And, you know, all that stuff. And then logic talking to each other. Right now, it should work. If nothing else. We have at least one sorter. We're going to want more. Alright, there we go. Back on track, bulls, back on track. Let's have a look-see at consoles. We're gonna want iron apparently, so we go back here. Excellent, they do stack. So we'll get one full stack of them. Then the logic should turn it off. Worst case scenario, we got too many silos. Which is not the worst of situations. Now, I'm pretty sure I put like all the iron I had in the other one. So we'll do 100 and 200. I'll open you up. And here we go. So I'm wondering like what should be the next sort of local project, but I guess it'll be easiest if we just do the... Look at automating the... Well, turning off the centrifuges. If they got nothing to do. Depending on, of course, if we're... Whether or not they're building a backlog or not. Wait, I'm just staring at the wrong thing. There we go. Just enjoy my drinks like, look at the number go up. Isn't that beautiful? Who doesn't love a good old number go up? And I was like, oh shit. So, bump, have some iron. How many of these go in a stack? Let's find out. Just going to want a bunch. And I want a bunch because I saw someone using like a hash display, and I had no idea what the heck a hash display was until I saw one. Wait, did that like stack into 3 or some weird number? Surely it was 5. Excellent, so now we've got 10 of those. Now what all could be put inside them? Let's find out. Unauthorized printer mod. Atmos allows to configure. Yeah, we got pretty much all of these that we could ever care about. I don't know what the current door control does. Well, let's make one. Wait. Did you just puke out? No. The next one. Gas display. We're using one for temperature. We can use one for pressure. Ew, that is true. We can add consoles with numbers for all of these tanks. Wouldn't that be beautiful? I think it would. So we could need what? 6, 7, 8. At least. We're gonna need a bigger box. Well, quick look see here. Do I have any empty or potentially empty boxes? Ooh, you might be empty. No. Well, potentially empty at least. I just realized I need to switch grass seeds if I really want rockets. Or mine volatilize from the ground or space. That's true. Oh, right, yeah, the whole make fertilizer. I completely forgot about that. I got a whole bunch of switchgrass seeds because I bought 3, and then I farmed them for seeds for quite a while. I want to graph display because I don't know what the fuck it does. Ash displays I want. Ultimately, I want many of them, but right now... Okay. So for displays though, we got gas, graph, and hash. Under control, we have solar power mode. We got one of these in use. If you intend to get into rockets after your OP setup, set up an auto-harvesting grass and converting into volatiles. Rockets take a lot of fuel. Well, thank you. I will. Then I hate trading. Fair enough. Okay. Advanced composter. If you leave it on, you'll make 2. Find that acceptable. All right then. Okay. Now, I'm assuming the graph display Goodwood should, say show changes. Couldn't that? Oh, makes a graph of some sort. Guess I could at least try. Let's see, can we get a logic cable through here? Not too much difficulty. Sort of inside the greenhouse space. I think that one might be less intrusive. And this way. Fine. There we go. Now we do this, that, this, and we grab our wiry cutters. We remove that one. Now that one is measuring total inputs. I don't give a shit about total input, actually. Speaking of, I got a whole bunch of shit going on at the same time, and everyone is powered up all the way. Well, like no, I can't have missed a storm because I would have gotten a warning. So I guess those Stirling engines are, making a lot of power. And I was thinking, Where should I be? Snagging the info from. Now, let's see here. Now, potentially is how much power the maximum it can put out, which would be how much power we have in the batteries. Output cable goes awkwardly through there, but it's linked to those two. And all these smaller ones. I very much don't like that. Well, I can use this one, right? Should be fine. All we lose is a little bit of cable. I'm wondering what would be the best way to make use of this area. Because it seems to be like relatively sort of, quote unquote gentle but ongoing heating. If we could use it to sort of heat up the living area and such. Now we should be able to read potential. If that's how it works.
Hunger critical.
Another one filled. Ooh, look at that. There's iron, there's copper, there's things in there now. And a heck ton of gold. Yeah, we need a computer to control the system, then silos and sorters. So all the output is put into individual silos for all the individual ores. Oh, wire Christmas? Yeah. Hello there, Mumanji. Hope you're doing well. We made a wire Christmas tree, and then we had Christmas lights that blinked and changed colors. They're still there, but I need to take them down. Christmas is over. Time to take down the decorations. And because the entire thing ran off of the... Oh, we can't do this, can we? I forgot. We need sandwich. I dig the vibe. Thank you. Now, we're trying to go for it, but the problem was that all the batch reading and handwriting was... together with streaming the game was causing an uncomfortable amount of lag, so it hasn't been on for a while. And already there's a bit of lag in here. My rig is, a decade old. Don't judge it. It does its best. Yeah, my tree and lights are still up. Nice. Thanks, Knapper. I'm a bit confused that you in some areas mix heavily a standard coil cable. Like the electricity would just skip going in the small ones when feeling kind. Oh, I don't really do that much. It's like I use the small cable usually to, power individual machines or carry information. Now the production floor is just a mess of random shit. Because I keep on meaning, I'll fix this. So I've been like putting down whatever cable I have, so it's a bit of a mishmash. Don't judge it for that. Ooh, it's only -2 in here. Slowly but surely the sun is warming us up. And when it's done, we'll close the windows. But in the meantime, this place needs more heat. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. We need them oils. Good thing I have my frozen vending machine filled with random plant stuff. Yeah, like this area. Yeah, so this is a mess because it's a mess. And I don't worry about it too much because, like I keep on saying, the idea is for this to be the main production floor. We'll organize them eventually much nicer. Each going to their stackers and, potentially into these loaders to put their, put the produce inside. Inside boxes, all the good stuff. This room is an absolute just my chaotic everything room. Just like this entire vending machine needs to move, and I need to have a sorter before anything going in here to make sure we don't put seeds in here because they don't need to be refrigerated. And they're all named not like really stupidly, so we gotta fix that too. Spuds, sugarcane. I think the sugarcane is still fine, so we don't need to worry about that. We've got some hay in there. Now last time I was here, like just surfing through all these things. There we go. 58 beans. All of them in there. I'll see that number go down.
Hydration critical.
There, microwave throw forth the mighty loaf. All hail, loaf. There we go. And that thing's empty anyway. Yep, -1 already. Heckin' A. The thing is, when it gets warm enough, this thing should be using the external air to cool this. The problem was we had trouble keeping it cool. Then I put in the new window shutters on the inside, and in doing so, I ended up demolishing accidentally one window too many in a row. They're all unhappy, which means it's glitched again. That's okay. Again, another one of those broken things that we'll get around to it. No, won't take us too long.
Hunger caution.
There we go. No longer taking health damage. Had a quick bite of the mighty loaf. Oh, and movement isn't there. Sorry. I did some lights on my base. It also lagged me way out at times. Yeah. Like, I know, like, the math for lighting can be very difficult in games. And that can cause lag. And I have a large amount of lights. And they're not even on. And I'm suspecting, even when they're not on, the game knows they're there and is checking them, causing me some lag. Delicious drink, and then awkward shower. Squeeze here. Because the room with the microwave is supposed to be our living area, where we want the shower to be. Now we're naked. There we go. And cooking up. This room I was supposed to build a greenhouse. Then my starter sort of room base thing exploded. I learned about the nitrogen, how liquid nitrogen does not stay liquid inside a liquid tank when it gets warm enough. Thankfully, I was not in the same room, so that's nice. And here you see the lights are on. Most likely they're getting stressed out by too much light, so I'm gonna turn you on. There we go. Turn off the light. Yep, that's what I assumed it was. Now we'll see, is one of you the problem? We'll create 5 wheat. Yeah. So for some reason, every now and then, one of these gets a freaking issue. They work just fine. This one growing towards seeding. It harvests the seed, and then it stops doing whatever it's supposed to do. Because my code is built to loop, and it mostly works where it, it detects it's mature, then detects does it seed. If it starts seeding, run in a loop until it's finished harvesting, and it's finished harvesting, the detect, oh, there's nothing inside here, don't do harvesting. Then the next time around, we go through all the things. If there's nothing inside there, do a planting thing. Now maybe an option for the lights, the occupancy sensor. If you're in the room, it'll give you a quantity of 1. How'd you harvest it that so fast? Well, Sunkira, that is due to the dirty evil magic that I learned from chat. Is if you hold down Alt, you can make some weird shit happen. Like, when drinking, like here, it takes a while. Look at that, and then if we hold down Alt, we get our mouse out. Now look at this number, see, 166. I click. 175. Magic. And the same thing for farming. You use a mouse, you click, you go over it, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See? Instantly done. That is dirty, cheesy magic, man. At the same time, it's neat that I learned it. At the same time, I'm sad, because now I can't uncheese myself. Tragic. You can't unlearn the forbidden knowledge. You're wearing the suit, right? Yeah, we're good. Whoa, 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 whoa. And our oxygen is a little low, but that's okay. We got a nab. We should have a full tank right there waiting for us. Wow. Put those in there. A manual input to the thing. There you go, and it's full of blue. Whomp. There we go. Oxygen fixed. Don't really need it, but we do it anyway. Full nuclear battery. Thing worked. Turn you off. Size to be silos do indeed stack to 10. Well, thank you, Mumanji, for that follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a most wonderful day and a wonderful beginning to the new year, my friend. Mumanji saying, well, I also have a decade-old PC. That doesn't help. Yeah, same here. And Lanx being off, sitting there shining darkness. Yeah, but they need to be checked, There's a loop for, do we render these? That means there's steps to be walked through. The STB silo can hang out here. Stairwell does not belong here. Ogre can hang out there. So we have still a decent amount of chutes. We got stackers. We're gonna need more sorters. We're gonna need a computer. What is that here? Oh, this is the music machines. We don't look at that one, because it reminds us of our shame of work we should be doing. So. That's fine. Make one of these. And then a sorting motherboard. So I was thinking that if we now go and look at figuring out the sort of local new and improved ore storage, because now we got more ore coming in, and putting it all inside backpacks is feeling a little silly. Now that means that we need to have safety checks. You know what? Make another one, because you never know when you need that next computer. Now we need yeah, wireless things. And loading that check. So if we have our ore silos, or get sent in there. On the input side, we'll have to have a stacker because we'll be doing a single thing per, so the stackers will work just fine. We do a single one for now. I think I want one sorter in my pocket, so we're gonna need more. The more I see what I have in these boxes, the more I realize I keep on like starting like project left and right. Sometimes I even finish them. But I guess we got the ore coming in from the outpost. The outpost will be improved. So I guess ore sorter is more important right now. Then we'll be looking at dealing with the composters. You know, making fertilizers is nice and all. Making charcoal for the water purifier, because we need that, because we don't need it like now, but soon enough. Our collection of dirty water keeps on growing. We need more charcoal. And for all of that to work, we need some automated farming. There you go. 10 sorters, we check in here. Eight stackers. Well, we've got 10 silos, 10 sorters. We need more stackers too. Yoink. What can you make with what you got? A whole bunch. Heck it ain't. I'm gonna turn this on again. I'll make a full stack, it'll go through this, there's no box. Full stack comes out, goes on the trigger plate, and through that, deactivates the construction. So we're gonna need more stackers for this nonsense. Once we finally get around to it, and having them at least slightly pre-made is good. Oh, and I completely forgot about that thing, but thankfully the code actually did work, as I remembered, so nothing has exploded. Automated heckin' fuel production. Nice. Similar system exists on the outside for Stirling engines, which are just also... Holy shit, they've been running for a while. We should probably check on them. Because I still haven't really... Yeah, we're gonna go check on them. They haven't exploded so far, they won't explode now. And if they do, well, that's just tragic. Fair enough. I guess you can join in on this one. I would like it to be at least relatively insulated. But it's gonna need the power. Alright. Huh. I thought we could read from the... from the cable analyzer. How can you do then? If you can't read a cable analyzer, what the hell? What's the point of it then? Yep. They're all running. They're all working. Oh, and gotten. We still have 3.5 kilomoles. Okay, or 05. H2 combustor is working heckin' perfectly. What's inside you? You got 8.17 megapascals of pressure. A-okay for me. Surprisingly large amount of volatiles. Which means... a perfect fuel mixture is shit. Sounds like what you need is more oxygen, to be honest. To me, you need to change the code here. And well, shit is a heavy hit. Shit is a heavy word. Not really true. Pressure here is at 40, which is what it aims to maintain. Temperature is approaching 200. Once it reaches 200, it goes through the purging process, which obviously has been working. And then this awkward tank here is 334 liters of water. Nice. So water production is working. The pressure is 1.33 kilomoles of H2O steam. Yeah. This is some of my experiments with other shit here. Do I still have that pieces necessary for the purge valve that I had at one point here? The volume pump, gas mixer, turbo, portable connector, diddle valve. No. I wonder what I did with it. Oh, put it there. Make it aim. That means we change tools here. I don't give a shit about this. This is some weird experiment that obviously failed horribly. Come here, you bastard. We do purge valve. Then we grab this one. Now, let's hope that doesn't explode in my face while I'm looking at it. Because it might, because we don't have a way to get the pressure out of here currently. There we go. No. There we go. (26.7 megapascals), and there's water. That's okay, because there should be condensation valve. And there's water here that turns into steam. Including here, interestingly. Okay, so we're using the purge valve to sort of remove gases. At the same time, the amount of that gas being steam is increasing. Pressure here is much cooler, so it turns into a liquid here. Hmm. And the stress here is straight up increasing. Okay. Uh, 49.6 kilopascals. Not really enough pressure to be a problem. And I don't feel like I care too much about this gas. I can do this. Ooh, see some steam going up, but nothing's exploded this time. Nothing caught fire. I call that a win. Now this one also can... Okay. And again, the keen-eyed amongst you might notice this is not what we're supposed to be doing. At all. Whoops. Maximum 790 liters of liquid. 6,000 pressure. I'm assuming eventually it'll reach a point where the pressure gets so high that the steam will turn into liquid anyway. So then it should effectively be a condensation chamber in that way. Now with everything insulated though, we're not losing that much. And now the steam in here is turning into water again. Okay, now it's evaporating again. Alright, we're gonna try something silly here. Like, what if I remove that pipe, put in an uninsulated one. Because now this one should be losing heat. I don't think we have any pipe radiators on us. Otherwise, I'll slap one of those here. Turn this into a longer, like, straight liquid pipe radiator. And lose some heat. Because the problem is, when the first time we filled this tank, we effectively just put in too much, too hot of a water. Our current system is trying to keep it around 200 degrees Celsius. Oh, and of course, when the pressure in the pipes increases, cools down, water turns liquid, condenses and pours in here. Right, that's why it keeps on heating. Yeah, pressure doesn't get too hot. I mean, too high. Keeps on turning liquid. And again, capacity of 700 liters. The maximum we have, by the time we forgot that this has gone up to 309 liters. That's like 0.44. And there's only a few kilomoles left. We don't need to worry about this thing. Other than the fact that this one would eventually freeze. This is a system that we'll have to return to eventually. Until then, this one will hopefully just keep on sucking those gases out because I want the unwanted gases. The unwanted gas out. It's not there. Can't see it there. There you went. Thank you, sneaky wrench. There we go. But effectively, we are just having a nice set of... Come on. There we go. Water production from volatiles here. And if we get the switchgrass production, switchgrass growers, and they can keep on harvesting switchgrass, we put those in the composters, then we'll also have a nice production of, volatiles. And we're going to need a large amount of volatiles. And these most definitely do not need to be turbo pumps. But it is what it is. But yeah, double checked on the system. It'll be okay for a while now. For a while more. Extra water, nice. What else were we looking at? All right, yes. Or is incoming here. You're processing dirty ore. I guess you just recently emptied yourself. Okay, with all the inputs now. Now they're actually all working, which is nice. Okay. Okay, we got a giant hole here. What if the ore went along here? Yeah. Works for me. There we go. Well in time. For now, I just need these to be, walkable. And yeah, that was the new ore room. It sort of has as it exists currently. Now we were planning on making that one grow as well. No, don't throw it away, you stupid. Alright. You want to make volatile N2 or more vol? I want to see what happens. Balin. We'll get there. Or volatiles could be fun, of course. And it produces nitrogen, which is useful in general for many, many things. Now, As far as I know, deep miners do not produce. They do not produce. What's the word now? Nice. No, only ores. Here we go. Don't need to care about that one. Oh, this one really or that one. So we look at here. We go 1. Don't care about you or you or you. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That works for me. I don't know if coal needs its own silo though. Might be handier for that one for like charcoal, because as far as I know, charcoal can replace ore in recipes, and charcoal is something we can produce ourselves from our farming, pretty much. Because we'll have other use for charcoal as well, so having a reserve of that would be useful. Now, we don't have sources for all of these yet, but we'll get there. So that'll work. So indeed, it'll be handy for having 10 silos here. Now, which way should we do this? I'm not sure what all will happen here. It'll be most likely some sort of insane logic system. But I think it might be sensible to have like the ores silos over on this side, because the inputs would be coming from below. So below we have the processing. We can even have the organizing, and they like shoot it up into an ore silo here. Or they're organized beneath, and the silo is. But that's even. I think this will look cooler to have the silos here. So, the rule of cool wins. And it is a crowbar. No, wrench. I'll be deal with you guys eventually. We open this one and that one. For now, not the important one. Now for what we're building. I know they don't need to be on frames, but I like having like the core like structural components of the base frames. So I'm gonna do this with frames for now. Solid in the middle, and then we'll figure out the walls eventually. Now, should we have just a long line?
Hunger caution.
You're not sure, why not? We'll figure that one out when we get there. Set flatten. Another challenge for you. Convert the charcoal into solid fuel ingots. Yep. That has been on the to-do list for a while, actually. From Made in Lemaine on the YouTube side. And the mighty Dilla 99. Is this snow? It is.
Storm
Ron Europa.
incoming.
Storm is incoming in X amount of time. Which is okay. We'll make a lot of power. Actually, we don't even need power because my 4 Stirling engines and the whole excess volatiles. My water production is just making excess amount of power currently. So, I'm going to level this area. I need to upgrade my weather detection algorithm eventually. Right now it just says storm incoming once and then it does nothing else. And that is a-okay for now. At least I know what's coming. I don't care too much otherwise right now. Ooh, yeah. I'm having ideas. We'll make a multi-level system. Those stairs are going to go away. We'll have a walkway coming this way. We'll have the silos here on the side. Their outputs will be going into lower level, but then there'll be a splitter here that also goes up, and we'll have these just outlets, maybe digital ones, so you can grab single stack from there when you want. And then they go through a junction or split, some kind of like maybe flip-flop splitter. No, not a flip-flop, that'll just clog up immediately, but a digital one or something, which would then make sure that we can always grab stuff manually from there. But if we eventually build a sort of code to properly automate ingot production, then that can request stuff from the silos and needs a warning lights. So that if it cannot be, if the silo's empty, don't even try. Alright, you go there for now. We close you off, and we start clamping some more of these. Now the first silo will be here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then the silos. One more. So this will be the ultimate sort of size of the building. This will be the size that, or at least, this is the minimum size. And as like I said, I like having these like floors and like properly like structural pieces that I want to be more durable to be made out of frames. It just feels right. I just realized I should probably prioritize these so I can at least put up the silos. We can make everything look nice and pretty eventually. The minimum we can do is get up the silos, get the sorting systems to function. We're gonna have to be doing so much heckin' digging. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. And oh, good thing I noticed. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this by using the flatten. But it's not the first time. I keep on doing the flatten slightly too high up. I just like how it leaves, things neater. But I really should, just get used to doing. When I think it's good, dig a little deeper. And we're gonna have to dig a space underneath, because that is where the sorting logic is happening, and we'll have shoots coming. Oh my god, we're getting so many shoots again. And make our auto lathe just vomit out cardboard boxes upon cardboard boxes of... We'll fill one with pretty much just frames. And the second one with just steel sheets. Your base is so big. It is. It's been a labor of love. I keeps on growing. So I keep on getting carried away. I've seen other people's bases and I've seen how they build, and they go like, okay, well this is smart and this is sensible, and this won't take up too much space. And I'm like, no, take more space. Ah, aesthetics. And frankly, very inefficient designs. I was built too small. I've done that in the past, and that's why I'm like... Also, you see, I designed... First I thought, well, this room can't be... this looks like a big room. We can probably fit all the things in here. Then I made these, and then I just, then I actually counted, like, how many frames do we have, and I realized, no. If I want 1 silo per ore, well, that's 10 silos, and I want them all in a row because I think that would look cool. So here they are. But making big requires mod, and I'm more of a concept person and do not really get to mass produce. Me neither, like usually, but that's why I'm sort of happy that I now have the deep miners pulling in more iron. We need more steel here. Well, the last of the steel is going into these then. Nope, that was that then. 1 steely sheeting. Those things need to be refilled effectively. They can hang out for now. We gotta go fill up our dude. And most likely we're gonna have to make large amounts of heckin' of steel. So, back to the auto furnace. Cheaty drink. Enjoy a shower. Yeah. Okay. Now the centrifuges we have, especially the electrical ones, we can most likely also then have a doing the heckin' charcoal production. There you go. Now, storm hasn't begun just yet. And steel frames. Okay, inside this one, then this one, and nope, wrong one. Not the green, but the black. And one steel sheet. Hmm? Okay. It'll make nowhere near enough. Well, that's okay. We'll make as many as he can, pretty much. We have all the stackers we could need here. Oh. Now, where did that thing... Powered vent makes more sense here. Some transformers. Cables. And this is me trying to muck about. Walls, plastic. That's fine. Okay, so next I guess we'll do we'll need a couple of passive vents. Which means, yes, we need iron. And the storming gun, just so I was about to get there. Fine. Now 10 goes more than 2. There we go. Bend. We got a gold, we got a silver, we got an electrum. Hello there, creative person. Give me those. Give me those. I don't think there's anything else here we need, to be honest. All the volatile ice is always nice. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll buy them, but I won't dump them inside. Thank you. Bugger off, please. I don't care much about appliances, other than maybe selling. There we go. Now we should have a nice pile of shit here. Excellent. One full pile of nonsense. There we go. So that's how we got all of our stuff from the vending machine without the evil storm stealing all our shit. Wicked wonderful. Now, we needed iron. So, we do 100. 200. A bunch. 200x. There you go. A whole bunch of shit going in there. Sucking that hot gas from there. And yeah, we just leave that be. We could do one more proper steel stack as well. Also a bit unusually, no, unnecessarily intense for what we're doing right now. And then I do believe with this they're done. One coal, And then 1, 2, 3 ore. There you go. Temperature's going down, but it should equalize to above 900. Yeah. It is, in fact, increasing. Making wonderful. I've already forgotten what I needed this for. And that's okay. Close that input. Now we have steel and we have iron. We need the steel because we're pretty much turning all the steel here into steel frames. I'm going to save it there so we don't end up, using all of it. And then this 200 grams goes back and we're going to turn all of that into steel sheets. Yeah. Iron we need it for just, vents and shit. Wump. I don't know, just make a stack. However high that is. We're gonna need essentially need 1, 2 actually. I'm assuming 5 is a stack. Thank you. Then we need a pressure regulator. For that, I will give you this one. I do the stack. Hopefully they do. Apparently they do. I'm guessing they'll be at 5 again. Well, you can only make one more because you only got 1 gram of gold in you. The thing is, making more gold is easy. I was thinking that if we try to... Okay, first we'll put in here some shoots. Go there for now. Seven traders out of 1 seed trader. Oh, Bailey and Lemay. That sucks. All I keep on finding is those stupid agriculture traders. So I have a different problem. There you go. Now this will keep on producing steel sheets until that thing vomits out the cardboard box. So that's okay. So thinking with the vents and this one, we could then enclose our advanced furnace. Design it a bit better. Oh, I think you're empty. Come on, that point one. There we go. Now. With the portables. Yeah, we're gonna figure out like what to do with the fuel tank here. We'll probably have to make a separate one of these and have it attached here in the beginning at the top. Because it'll still be part of the whole network if it goes like in and out. It doesn't actually be like have to be in this way, in this directly in line. Then a one-way valve. We'd have a pump. Because pumps function as one-way valves. Same for that one. Now those valve pieces should do this just fine unless something explodes, even if I wall them in. Wall in the entire thing. And I guess I should... What was it? Pipe cowl? Make more of those. And... yeah. I was kind of hoping to also just thematically adequately use the sort of heat retention gas around the furnace beach, pure nitrogen if possible. Because I think that could be neat. Then we would have so nitrogen goes from gas to liquid to solid at pressure of 39 Kelvin. That's pretty cool. And then if we had the volatiles is into a solid at temperature of around 81 Kelvin and pressure 6.3. So I was wondering if I could probably use if we could be sneaky with filtering. Hey there, look over there. Game looks so neat. It is heckin' neat. I can love it. So I was thinking, if we get the composters built, because they will then be outputting volatiles and nitrogen, as byproducts. So what if we have them in a room with like an active vent, just sucking all that gas out, and put the gas into another room where we have a radiator and a hopper, pretty much. A radiator will be pretty much filled with outside air, and it cools down the room. We'll have to do this in like batches, I think. So we'll have first, it sucks the air from the room into a tank to make sure, we don't ever have too many volatiles there in one place. Because, volatiles go boom. But it fills in into a tank, and a way to cool it down is we keep on pumping this gas into a separate room where we then use the coldness to freeze it all into ice. I can't remember, do we get pure nitrogen ice? I don't think we do. Or do we get then nitrogen, oh wait, no, first we'll have to cool it to a liquid. Then we'll have to have a drain. Oh, right, yeah. Okay. So we pump that shit into a pipe. Then we use shenanigans, filling technique here, to cool that stuff into a liquid. Now, as you can see here, temperature 191. So this is the state that where it exists as a liquid. There's a solid at temperatures below this much. It turns into liquid, let's see here again, at temperatures of around 187 Kelvin, which is very achievable. So we have a passive liquid drain essentially attached to a gas pipe filled with the volatile and nitrogen mixture. The volatiles will turn liquid first, I'm fairly certain, at 191. Yeah, this one turns at 180, so 185, so they're relatively close. And then the liquid gets released into a room filled with essentially outside air, I think. So it'll be really, really cold. Maybe a little bit of a height difference just to make sure it has enough time to freeze, and it freezes into ice, that liquid. And it falls down into a hopper that grabs it, put it in a silo or something. And that way we'll have pure volatile ice, which we can then melt somewhere else and so on. So this way we can get a sort of free filtration. We don't have to use the resources other than cooling, and we can get the cooling for free using the wonders of the outside atmosphere. Yeah, should work. And it has, okay, this one has a solid marker as well. So, and then if it gets so cold that even the nitrogen turns liquid, that's fine. Because, well, gases can be existing in the same space, not too many liquids can be mixed together, and if they freeze, there's not a mixture ice as far as I know. So we'll use the... Yeah, I think that should work. Funnily enough, that reminds me, there's a method used in all the goldsmithing and so on for separating gold from other materials, which is based on a similar technique where you heat your alloy until it's molten, and then you have this really long tube, pretty much, and it's filled with non-reactive gases is what you want, if I remember correctly, just to make sure, because your alloys might oxidate and so on, not so much the gold. And then you pour it in. The gold, being extra heavy, will end up separating from that stuff. And be careful, because volatile and N2 will condense nearly at the same temps and pressure. Well, Balin, that's what I was sort of looking at here. I was thinking they're very close to each other. But can there be a combined ice with them both? There's a camp. Oh! It's been there. I've seen it, but I never reacted to it. Now I feel quite silly. Yeah. Because I want this to happen. But if the nitrogen turns into ice, I don't give a shit either. Because they'll still be separated, and they go into shoot, and they go into something, and we can have a sorter that's just saying, like, okay, volatiles this way, and nitrogen that way. You know, should still work. Now, it looks like the best chance would be if we can do all of this at a pressure of around 129 kilopascals. So I guess we want to make sure our cooling system has a really low pressure. Good luck getting into it, freeze. So okay, well that is actually good to know. So if we can do it at a very low pressure of 6.3 kilopascals at 40K or minus 233 Celsius. Ooh. That sounds like a challenge. But no, we're not going to do that kind of challenge. Now, if we pour a liquid into the same space that has like a hopper, I don't think it will grab it, right? So that's what I was thinking, that if we get close enough, yeah, because, okay, I was thinking, if we get here, but the problem here is, okay, so if we get here, it will still be a liquid. Wait, no. So if we get to this is the spot we want to be in. Safest range. Pressure between... Because here it turns liquid and also starts like almost instantly freezing. So if we maintain a pressure of around 160 kilopascals in that pipe, then it'll turn into liquid. Liquid drain will come out of there, and then it should sort of, at least in theory, instantly freeze. I don't know how many moles we could have in that system. So we don't want the nitrogen to start freezing. But I think we can get the volatiles to turn liquid. We'll need to define our target temperature at 95 Kelvin and our pressure at 278. And again, like I was saying, that's why we want to do this stuff in batches, because we don't want to we don't want it all to misbehave. Yeah. And 278 kilopascals is still enough pressure to be doable. 100 Kelvin is a few hundred below Celsius. Actually, this will be easier. So the pressure of 136 or 47. The outside air here is usually around 130, so we can get it to 130. So if we make sure the pressure at that point remains at around 1252.5 kilopascals, we should be fine. So we'll do it all using the magic of a pressure regulator to maintain that pressure in the pipe. Eventually, it'll stabilize in a point when there's no more room for shit. And then when the pure nitrogen come out. Cooling is happening inside the pipe. So I'm wondering, can I do this can I figure out a way to do this continuously, or do we really have to have a pipe sensor? I mean, pipe sensor that would probably be best if we had a pipe sensor attached to this entire nonsense. We're gonna need a silo. I did mark a silo for volatiles. Well, we don't have production for every single, or anyway, so snagging one and making that a volatile one is absolutely and probably relatively easily doable. But yeah, I think this would work. So we'll need an insulated tank to just grab stuff from the room with the composters. I want it to be just on all the time. Probably want some kind of control for it. Yeah, here we have it. Here's our target. Excellent. So, figured out that sneaky little problem. Now, it's a device in the beta that will make what you're doing so much easier, liquid filtration. Well, we'll get there eventually. And also, the filtration, I'm assuming it will still use filters for the filtration. Valen Element who mentioned the liquid filtration on the beta branch. And I'm just trying to think about how can I make a, well, cold-based filtration system. Because I wanted to use the same one for ice and so on. I mean, the water and the gas, I'm filtering the output from the Stirling engine. That one also, we need a liquid pipe. How you doing? Oh yeah, okay, we've been paused while we did all this, so that's fine. Basic pipe radiator liquid, still wants gold. Fine. That's 100. It's 200. That's 300. 400. 500. Yep. Come on. Let me through. Hey, boo. Dogo coming by to say hi. Yeah, storm's over. It's probably been... Yeah, I think the storm's been over for a while, guys. I've just not been paying attention. Give us a quick sec. There we go. And now she got melted. Close off the input. We're good to go. So 0.5 kilo gold. Ready to go. Also, very important. Vent the space. wanted like, what, 3 of these? Oh, they stack anyway. Yeah. Technically I only needed the one. And why not make a couple extra? Oh. Stack higher? Okay, let's just wait until they find out where they're stacked. I'm assuming it'll be 10. There we go. There we go. Accidentally threw the wrong thing. Thankfully. Game saved me from myself. Oh, right. And all this too. I keep on... One of these days, I'll do something right. Alright, you're getting like stuck there. Fair enough. I think we're losing power there. That's okay. So we're doing that because we're losing the volatiles. Now with the space back. Space back. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Liquid. Then we'll see how quickly does this shit blow up in my face. We'll start by already checking. So this should already be cooling it down. Cool. Then so convection is now 176 joules. Okay. The steam should be going down. It is a little bit. You're going down. Now I would love to just leave him here, but I can't. Because she'll fucking freeze. And we can't have them freezing. Can we? Now we built like a sensible system with like, you know, just the tiniest freaking like temperature reading and logic. If temperature is above X, you know, activates pump, and then it pumps the liquid contents here through that liquid pipe, continuously cooling it down. When the desired pressure has been reached, you know, turn off valve and pump. Or turn off valve, wait a little while, turn off pump. But it's getting there. So while that's happening, a little close by. Now, if we do the greenhouse stuff, we're gonna have to make use of our whatchamacallums now. Maintenance tunnels, which is what they were meant to be. Now they're just, holes in my giant structure. And seeing as that is the greenhouse, we can have that one then have its outputs go somewhere. This corner in general could be turned into a place where the refrigerated vending machine is or something, because we could have the chutes inputs go on from that. Even the chutes go through around here, go inside, come out from around here, deal with this. Then our plant of choice is sent over through chutes into a room where the composting is happening, which could be here, pretty much. Now we could have pretty much directly on top of that room a tank, which is just sucking out everything from that room. And then, we have our, like I said, chutes go in there, put stuff in the composter, and give stuff out. In the meantime, let's have a quickie looky here. Yeah, we can even do pipes and shit down here. Over here. That was the ore processing area. Maybe like have the composting happening like underground. Just wondering if you filter out the vol from N2 and phase change, what are you doing to use the liquid vol for? The liquid vol, the plan was to just drop it into a room with external atmosphere where it is cold enough for it to freeze into an ice. And then we collect that ice via hopper. And then we have a collection of volatile ice, which we can then later on smelt into gas. Because it wasn't really... Maybe I should store liquid volatiles.
Hunger caution.
We don't even need to turn it into an ice in between there. Maybe the ice production was unnecessary. Well, the temperature is going down very slowly, but it is going down. I just want to get it like closer to 200. No more volatiles. So that guy's turned himself off. Heckin' perfect. You're just... The suck machine is sucking. Ooh, still a few megapascals here of pressure. You're maintaining a nice 40. Temperature will eventually reach below 200 Celsius. Because, equally... No, those are the triggers. The maximum pressure is 40. Tries to maintain that. And eventually it reaches 200 degrees Celsius. We remove the H2O and the water and the steam, and the rest gets sucked out into the purged tank. The only things you can use liquid volume forms either for more phase change or rocket fuel. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Bailey and Element on the YouTube side. That if we change it into... If we keep it in as liquid, warming it back to gas is easy. Just, warm it up a little bit. Hey, good. Back into gas. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, as they say. And the other option is then, yeah, keep on hanging on to it for potential future uses of making rocket fuel, which could be fun. Because we're going to be using the furnace, so we're going to have stored heat anyway. So phase changing it back into gas is easy. The point is just to have a phase change based filtration system for the output of the composting stuff, because it seems like a neat and fun challenge, pretty much. Now these pipes are waiting for the steam to turn into water and the water to pour out through the valve we have. Now that being a turbo pump is stupid, because before the gas goes all the way into the tank, it's for a tiny bit overpressurizes that one piece of pipe, and then it's just normal again. It's annoying. Yeah. And how come there's steady 0.722 liters of water in here, when you do in fact have, right there, a liquid drain? Now you're just increasing the pressure there. And temperature here at 234. Quite acceptable. Also thinking of charcoal too, that also makes volatile gas. Biomass burned into charcoal is 8/3 volatile slash to pollutant. That's much easier to phase change out the pole. Thank you, Balen Lemon. That is a very good point. Pollutant. Carbon dioxide, though. Lie to me. Heating biomass in an arc furnace. It has to be a okay, mentioned arc furnace. Biomass. Volatile. Ooh, thank you. I was just too dumb to get it. Well, that's neat. Diced organic material that is returned when food and organic matter is passed through the recycler and the centrifuge can be burned in a furnace into charcoal for use in the generator, solid fuel. And if we don't turn it into biomass first, I feel like we can do... Yeah. So then we'll have a recycler dedicated for the biomass. Lead to a centrifuge. Turning that shit into biomass. And does the centrifuge off gas? Hey there, Pythons, how you doing? I want to you as well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Now the Stirling engine is currently on his pretty much his last run.
Hydration critical.
Because there ain't no gas coming. Hopefully it'll be able to completely empty the steam tank for this one. What is your current pressure? Oh, yeah. That one might end up in a loop once it's finally done. Pressure might go too low before the temperature goes low enough, which means that the water keeps on turning into steam instead of heat in liquid. Oh well. It'll be okay. Easy enough fixed. Charcoal process is plants, reagent, biomass, charcoal. Yep. And that is how I have understood it, Bailin, on the YouTube side. But I hope you're doing well, Pythos. Hope you're having a pleasant morning. Oh well, time to remove these. Change this one to this one. And there. Now they've equalized. Not cool enough to turn. Make that further, but that is a-okay. Yeah. I'll deal with this nonsense eventually. Keyword eventually, as in not now. Wonderful. Yeah, what's the Kingsman? Golden Circle last night in CVR. It's great. Ooh, nice. Charcoal burn makes CO2. Cough, cough, plant gas. I know. Yes. Alien. Absolutely. It's almost like they've used the real world as an example. Where plants bind coal from the atmosphere to build themselves. And when you burn them, that same coal is, carbon, and then that same carbon is released when they oxidize. Or go burn. It's the circle of carbon.
Hunger caution.
Instant mega speed mega drink. I saw at least 9 people streaming Stationeers last night. I don't think I've ever seen that many. Ooh, it's great to see people getting more and more interested in Stationeers. I'll just make it very popular. Thank you. I doubt it's me. But it is a very fun one. I very much enjoy the... Ooh, look at that. We're dirty. We gotta become undirtified. Like, we're not dirty, but we weren't super clean. Super clean! There we go. And hope you're doing well, Jeepo. Nice seeing you around as well. And it's a great vehicle for understanding atmospherics and physics. That is very true. And, and coding, because I personally still believe, but then again, I'm biased because that is where I approach it. It's a good approach for coding because you approach it from such a low level point in this one. What am I doing? Nothing. That's one. We're fed. Right, empty the mouth farts. Unleash them upon those unsuspecting plants. And we can hear them rejoice. Because they like it. I do. Dirty little Wheaties. PvP is goated, and yeah, the coding, it doesn't hold your hand, but it also doesn't Dark Souls you like the Space Engineers. Yeah. I mean, the coding in Space Engineers always, to me, felt, should we say, at best, superfluous on account of it. I never found a use for doing anything that would require that complexity out of like, oh, we gotta code our own like targeting systems for cannons and shit. I'm like, when I played it, I don't play PvP. I want to build shit. And it was fun until it wasn't. This one had a more granular approach to it in a more rewarding manner to me personally. So I'm very, very much enjoying the game. There we go. And on the right hand pocket, we have in our black space pack. We got steel, we got frames, we can get back to building that. The rooms. I'll turn you off, so I don't need to look at you. We'll do this, we do wrong button again. And we'll look at in the arc welder, and it is at 100%. Excellent there. Go. So much to do. So much to get distracted by. I like PvE more than PvP. PvP devolves into other offline, let's break their shit. Yeah, I agree. PvP is fun with, you know, a shared understanding of what we're doing. But, yeah. But a game like this with long-term goals, long-time building, you end up then having long-term goals, and then someone thinks, oh, we did it last time, so now let's do funny, let's break the stuff. I'm like, dude, no. That was us like dicking around. Now it's like serious. I actually spent time and energy in this, and now, you know, you broke the fun. I don't see a reason to come back. Kind of situation. Now we do welder. I just put the box in here. Come on, there you go. And yeah, and that's the thing. I like the fact that this game allows me to do, you know, interesting, fun coding fun shenanigans in a PvE environment. You know, I have a personal and for me easily identifiable motivation to why would I want to, you know, add more complexity to this? Why would I want to code this? I'm like, oh, cool, because I want, you know, all this. I want all the cool shit to work. Oh, the magic of automation. You know, Factorio, Satisfactory and all that, which then are based on the more like building blocks of if this, then that. And this one, you know, has the same thing, but also allows for those who, with the interest, to then approach it from a more of a pure coding point of view. Bum, bum, bum. And who knows, maybe I'll remove these and put down stairs and they can walk down there and see how the whole sorting will happen. Because the sorting is going to happen down there, you know, eventually when we build something down there. And the sorted ores get sent up here, and then they'll have to do little high squiggly. Enter these things. I'm thinking of then building a series of walls in front. And then it'll be fine, we'll just name them. And having the whole, because I think we can use the hash hashy thingy. Display. And then we'll have a little display showing what's inside here. That at least is the dream. We'll see how reality ends up working eventually. Oh, left with that much. Excelente. Maybe we can spray paint them to be, you know, similar to their intended contained ores. Now this should be the 10 basic ores, and then we'll want some more, I guess, for the ice. Well, specifically volatiles for if I do volatile ice. We'll see. As Bale and Element pointed out very well, just by a simple question of, what are you gonna do with all that liquid volatiles? And then I sort of realized, like, wait, I am turning it liquid. I can just put in a liquid tank. Phase changing that back into a gas is easy as pie. And here's all these door controls and whatnot, because I want to experiment to see what the heck do they actually do. Sorting motherboard for the sorting computer. A couple advanced composters for because I got distracted. Now my plastics. There we go. There. Okay, so these stairs will go away. We'll have a floor going to the front. On the side here, we'll also have a platform with, like, okay, let's see if I can just visualize this with one of these. Like, we'll have a there we go. How many is that? I think that's 3 actually. Yeah, it should be perfect. And then like a powered chute. Outlet there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then you have a sort of a screen there for what's inside. Put a floor here. And you can, request. And pull the thing. Or more likely, I'm hoping there would always be at least one piece of, one ore there. And the rest of the chute system would go into more complex system where we can use the logic to hopefully my math using sort of recipes request from the various ores the adequate stacks of stuff we need for that recipe. Now I'm doing this, I'm also realizing that does that mean we would need also a silo filled with 100 gram stacks of steel? Because most recipes that also want steel want them in on the alloys. If I can remember, they wanted like 2-to-1 steel to the other stuff. Oh, well, we'll figure that out eventually. And then, the floor will go all the way here. You can manually pick stuff up if you want to. Because most likely we'll have to do it in the beginning because, well, we'll get the sorting and so on working first. Like, absolute true full automation will happen eventually. But I'm leaving space for this on the, let's call it production floor. Now those are going, the walls here. Ceiling might change. It will change. Now if we built it this way, the silos could kind of be on the outside, but I don't think we want to. We'll do something. Yeah. I'm digging it. I'm seeing it. I am seeing it. I was thinking, should I use like flat walls for floors or something? But you know what? We're gonna go with the floor gratings because they, in my opinion, look neat, and you can kind of see through them, and it'll be sort of cool because you can see the production floor beneath you and so on. And yeah, it'll be grand. It'll be heckin' grand. Yes, it will. Once we get that shit together, and now it goes. At least this far, we're leaving this to just we'll see what's necessary. What's happening on the other side? No heckin' idea. Probably nothing. Yeah. Alright. We do that. We do this. We can save on lighting by having a ceiling of windows. Then we would have to have an automated air conditioning system for cooling it all down. But we've been meaning to do that anyway, so that's okay. I'm going to try to do something interesting with the lights. Yeah. Can't really think of what else we would want here. Oh, not you. The black box. From here, I'll borrow you for a little bit. Okay, let's finish this one. With our welder. Not the plastics here. Alright, so we need more steel sheets no matter what. Now we're gonna have to request. Let's do that now quickly. Because it'll take a while. There you go. There you go. All that got welded. Now. There you go. You put a door here? Nah. And then we do... line in the middle, line on the side, no line. Line on the side is good for corners. There we go. Minimum of this. I'm gonna need to make a whole box or two of those floor gratings anyway. I'm gonna put this one here to like sort of see how it will look. And then come here, yep. Grab the thing. And potentially, no, request another. Here we have the display thing. It'll be interesting to try out different kind of walls. Maybe we'll make the padded wall curved ones here. That could look neat. And if that's the case, we could most definitely we don't have to make this place that tall. Can these be normal ceiling pieces? Then we'd have windows down the middle. Yeah, I like that. Now where's that crowbar? There you go. And then we'll put a series of shutters on the inside, I think. We'll then link them to a nice piece of logic where, you know, if it gets too warm, they'll close and so on. Or they'll all, you know, similar to have a proximity sensor thing when the player enters the room, you know, lights go on and the, you know, with the windows open kind of thing. That could be fun. Yeah, Christmas lights need to come down. And if nothing else, I won't be needing to build any more lights for a while. There were a few that got made. God dang it. Oh, heck yeah, boys. Heck yeah.
Hydration. Critical.
Thank you, Space Andrew Gaming, for that hydrate. Oh, it's getting feeling a little dry in the throat. Baron Element on the YouTube side saying, the song reminds me of an old Sega game. Double Dragon style game. All I know, it reminds me of the fact that it's got goddamn funk. I can love it. I'm going to need to build those floors. Hey, oh, what? Already? Oh, I thought I gave it an empty cardboard box and I was very, very wrong. Wheel, embarrassing. Not okay. This one was already running a little low on the steel. Now, I've... Like, make a bunch of those. We have enough steel for now, for a little bit. Multiple stacks of these, well, they'll all be used eventually. That is a-okay. So, let's go. I'll have a look at the other, equally if not more vital piece of the puzzle. So, the centrifuge is dealing with the ores. The entire centrifuge system will most likely be, you know, improved upon eventually. Currently, it's all going up there. All nice. Then, instead, we'll have a chute network coming along, probably to the ceiling. Over to here. And then, we'll need a chute connection from every silo all the way down here. And a sorter. We'll be feeding into that one. So... there we go. A little bit of a brain freeze moment there.
Hunger caution.
There you go. Is that better?
Time for a big stretch.
Oh, thank you, puppy. You're right on that. Give me a quick sec. Alright, reach the end. Wonderful. There we go. Let's do the stretch. Oh, is it proper? Hope you're all doing well. Alright, so first, of course, shoulders. There we go. One. Open again. Then the next one. Open again, and then second round. Open again. There we go. Okay. Fine. $258. Almost at 1 full year. Oh. There we go. Oh. And then we're back. Eyes. Yep. Got 2 toes. Just try. First, you're crunching over here in Germany. No, that's what we do it. We got, you know, we're gonna crunch for that flexibility, my friend. And let's go. Sorry about that. There we go. My stretchies have been stretched. And luckily our character didn't die in the between. Oh, it made me sad. There we go. Hiding in a dark cave though. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Let's see here. Oh yeah. It's gonna be so cool. At least I hope so. Is all of this a bit excessive? Perhaps. Well, that's how I build things, if I haven't noticed. At least I try to. Do my best to follow the rule of cool. Make it so. I'm wondering, dig in here. But remember, like, oh yeah, I did dig that giant hole underneath my base using the auto miners. Now I'm sort of wondering, like, what am I gonna do with it? I have no idea. One idea is to put an elevator there, goes all the way down, and then make some more music bits and try to figure out how to make some proper music. Detector that detects if the player is present. When someone's present, turn on the music, turn on the lights, and we gotta have like a checkerboard floor, maybe there are other lights blinking. Make it probably like discotheque, Club Europa. But you probably never heard about it. Pretty underground. All the way down there. I have been like mildly annoyed. Not too much, but just mildly. At how using the digger makes things so, like, uneven. And now I'm realizing the flatten is most definitely the tool to use here. Like, look at these smooth walls and shit. Who needs a heckin' ogre when he got flattened? Oh no, I got sucked out. Okay, that's funny. Because yeah, I jump up, I dig a hole, creates a small vacuum, and that vacuum sucks me up. Alright, let's do it properly. Like a proper stationeer. Use our heckin' jetpack. How the Noggo's doing? Hey Napsar, they're doing pretty well. Sleeping, post food. We walked them earlier during the day. I think you might have been having a break for food, snack, work, who knows. They got an early walk today, midstream. Took a small break. Thank you for worrying about them. I do appreciate it. And hello again, Knabzors. I'll always greet you, Nabzor. How many times you turn up? I really left, but wherever. Alright. Looks like that should be enough.
Hydration critical.
Whee! Then we switch back to default. No, don't do it. Oh no. My cave mining is confusing gas physics. He keeps on sucking me back in. That's what I thought I'd landed. They sucked me back up. Don't throw the hacking tool away. Keep on accidentally pressing, turn to press W and press Q instead. Come on, let go. Come on. Yeah, here we go. Ooh. Quick little jump. There we go. Now we're nice and stuck. And there. Yeah, we gotta go eat and drink soon. Okay, now I was thinking if I remove this one, we could probably do stairs down here. So if we do that, we remove those two.
Hunger critical.
Which should be fine. Okay, let's go deal with our most critical of hungers. The hunger for progress. Also, come on. Quick jump. Anything inside the silo? And nothing. Perfect. That means our current set of centrifuges is handily dealing with everything. There we go. Ooh. Crunchy leg. I'm hoping once I actually get around to taking down the Christmas lights, it'll help. Hopefully a little bit.
Hunger caution.
It feels so cheesy, but it also feels funny to sort of drink all the way to 174% or 5%, like with a single click. Come on. Enjoy the showers. And enjoy all that extra speed we can get. We're so fast, we're so clean, we're so heckin' fresh. Nice. Okay. Plants be planting. There's still water. We have 152 liters of filthy, polluted water. And an X amount of actual water up there. It should be fine. Oh, forgot to empty these quickly before they... It's funny to empty this thing inside the airlock, because then it sucks out the last of those. Hehe. Neat. Oh no. And it can handle 50 megapascals, so there's a whole bunch in there. That little extra tank. No, that's good enough. I don't want to bring it to 50. It can handle it, but it starts having sound. Now this thing absolutely cannot. So this one, 18.3, controlled by this thing. I should remove this because I use this to temporarily avoid the gases that were there because there was some nitrogen. Right now we got nice pure oxygen. Whomp, there you go. Change this one. Pretty sure this one has been drained. I'm just a tad. Man, I love these nuclear batteries. They're heckin' amazing. Let me through, please. There we go. Wait, for real? Single. Someone thought the box would have more space. It should have had more space. How annoying. Well, while all of that goes on, let's go see how much has this place warmed up during these past days. With the help of the magic of windows. We're at 4 degrees Celsius, lovely. Now we should probably attach this to some kind of logic eventually. But it'll be okay. Because we have a logic for activating a cooldown. Mega intense. Mega music. What up? Wow. Okay. Wham. There we go. And here we go. Oh, would you look at that? I accidentally the perfect amount. Gotta rip that one out. Oh. One more than the perfect amount. Not a problem. The lights coming here, we're creating, we can see it underneath. We can then have lights and wiring beneath this one because the idea is for the lower level to be the more industrial one. This is where we, have consoles, make our requests. I think I want to put those padded walls that are slightly curved. Now should the stairs go down? I feel like that feels more natural to me. And you can, oh yeah, yep. We can even then have because I was thinking of having a door here somewhere. We might as well put it here, I guess, if we want to. Or down, or back here. Who knows? It's all coming together. Nice and slow, like. And then I'm wondering if a floor grading here, do we then have some kind of kit wall floors down here? I think yes, perhaps. And another set of stairs here. Now, if we look at their structures, this at the bottom, anything beneath this thing is actually not. I can rip these out. Very well. Let's do it. This is... well, worst case scenario, I'll avoid the... like, power room area. And then if we look inside number 5, inside the black backpack, here we have kit of heckin' stairs ready to heckin' go. Well, that won't work. It'll have to be like that or something. Wait, in general, having it... No, that's dumb. Ooh. Bank. Yeah, having it there would be stupid because you know you should get too cramped, and then to get to it you'd have to get like through chutes and go through there. We don't want that. No, sir. Alright. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I remember the first base I was building, I was thinking like, oh no, I better use the iron stuff rather than the steel stuff. Well, hello there, Enthac. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day, my friend. Because I was thinking that, you know, oh no, the steel is like more expensive and so on. And so I think I read somewhere. So I was trying to like figure out what are the benefits of steel over iron. And someone made a very good point that, well, at least in like frames and so on, it's actually, it'll be more resource. It's cheaper to use steel than iron. Who let the dogs out? Apparently Henthac did. How dare you, Henthac? All those poor little paperinos out there in the cold, all alone. Who will care for them? Who will feed them? Who will give them love and snackies? Very tragic. It's not too long ago that I finally built my very first nuclear battery, and I gotta say, goddamn, I love these puppies. They're so heckin' effective. I mean, look at this. I'm just welding and welding, and I don't have to be like worrying about, oh no, I gotta change that heckin' battery again soon. The large ones, you know, you always have to have 1 or 2 backups if you're doing any larger scale building. Okay, I think we're just gonna use just walls on this side though. And maybe floor grating up there as well. We'll see when we get to that point. Now they're all in the middle. Doesn't floor grating only also have that like? Because you got like type 1, then you got type 2. Which would look, you know, great out on a ceiling, upside down. Then type 3, which is, you know, just, if nothing else, a fun grill. Type 4, similarly a fun grill, but also, you know, you can walk over. Now this one, the opening. Like if I put it here. Out of curiosity. Well, nice. Then we don't have clipping and it just, looks, to me at least, aesthetically pleasing. I've used these for, like, stairs once on the moon. And then I was frankly a little annoyed with that whole setup. But this, ooh, that looks freaking great. How many floors did I have left? Well, 8. So we can't get them all. We can get a few of them. Oh, wait. Hey. I'll just steal this one. I believe wrench is... No. Crowbar. Oh, heck yeah. It even has the heckin' warning stripes. No, you bastard. And once we get this whole shenanigan sort of set up, it'll also be nice because as the place sort of grows, we wouldn't happen to have extra here. Nope. I'm starting to think there are no seed traders. Oh no, Balin! I do hope you get some seeds. Soon. I'd hate to see you go seedless on me. Oh, what a horrifying tragedy indeed. Wrench this one out. Let's steal some of these others, because first, if nothing else, we need to do some testing. Now, if you have a sorter, right, 1, 2, 3. Boy, am I glad I built the extra stuff, because I was thinking the chutes would go through here, but they can't, can they? I mean, they can, but a sorter's unfiltered stuff goes straight ahead, and what it sorts out takes a right. So we slap a sorter straight in front of here. No, fucking you bastard! Look at that. And now, this one is for like iron sorter. Detects iron, puts iron to the right. It goes all the way up. I didn't... This asset looks a little broken. But I guess the only way to deal with it is... oh, wait, no, it doesn't. I put it in the wrong way round. That explains a lot more. There you go, you bastard. See. Unsorted continues straight. Sorted takes a right. Okay, I don't want to keep falling in that hole.
Filter low.
No, it ain't. Stop lying to me. Always you and your goddamn lies. But now, we have ridiculous amounts of walls. So we're gonna do a... I don't think we need windows to look at dirt. Right. There you go. Ah. There we go. Suddenly realized that one entire box of those will actually last me far longer than I thought. Then again, I say that now. Might change my opinion once we start building that the outpost proper. No, eventually. And we do number 5. Look in here. You go away. It's not you. We have one. But it is the black one. With the right.
Filter low.
Still don't think it is. You're lying to me. Like 2. There you go. And this whole being dirt isn't necessarily a bad thing just yet. We'll see how it goes. Lights would help though. There we go. Theory of the place keeps on growing wonderfully and delightfully. And then close those away, and we look again at the green one. And yes, here's the hand drill, and here's the sortie McBorty. Oh. Oh, there's a logic sorter. How is this different? Contains an internal memory which is assessed to check whether something should be sorted, whether an item is in an import slot. The stack is checked, and if the result is true, then the thing is moved to the export to slot. Otherwise, it moved to the export slot. The mode is used in how the stack is assessed. By default, the mode is all, so every instruction in the stack would need to return true. And you speak of stack. Import, export, data disk. Internal memory. Oh, it has 256 bytes. Sort your instruction filter prefab hash equals OP code 1. OP code is 8 bytes. Prefab hash being an integer 32. Prefab hash not equals. Sorting class, slot type. Quantity. Okay, so we can give it just. Logic sorter will be useful for you. It uses shifting logic, bits, left, right. Yeah, I noticed here bytes, 8, and so forth. Fourth. Limit next execution by count. Alright. Unsigned integer. So quantity compares. Slot type. Sorting class. Prefab hash. So everything but this. Only this. So we're going to want this instruction. And logic slots, occupied class, service ID, hash, slots. Cool. And we go here. It says here, by default, the mode is all, so every instruction in the stack would need to return true. Excellent. Which means there's multiple modes. Integer for mode state. So why aren't they here? What are the states? All I know is there exists a mode default state of all. So all I can do is guess that if the value, I'm assuming when you build it, is 0. So if mode is 0, it equals all. And then these are in the order we see them here. So if mode is 1, use this one. Okay, I'm guessing the OP code is the mode. OP code 1. The first is 0 through 7. OP code 8 through 39. And then in 32, there's unused bits which you can use for the magic if you want to add some logical magic to it. Their first 8 bytes tell us what the code is. Oh, the next one, we have OP code, first 8 bytes, next 8 bytes, the condition for the operation for the sorting class compare. And what are the options here? Why aren't you telling me these? I can click here. Yeah, we got nothing. You see, yeah, a ramp complained about it earlier. We'll complain about it again. Needs better documentation. Now I read and I write. And I read to its internal memory, which I assume is in its stack. Now, in order to make use of these, I would still then need to have them access, give access to a something that can write into this thing, and then to make sure it never loses its internal memory and breaks everything. League of Cows Real did a vid on it, so I need to watch it again. I need to work with it to understand. Yeah, I was watching some of that. Some of his stuff earlier. I had to stop because it got almost spoilery. But, you know, got me excited about the Larry, among other things. But to be honest, Knapsar, oh, gotta go eat. Hi, Hanno, bye-bye, Hanno. Goodbye, Knapsar. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you get some delicious food. And would you look at that? I've been on for over 9 hours. I should probably get some food too. Soonish. Eventually. Right now I'm just looking at this shit and... Okay. The use I see for this is if it's being controlled by a logic chip and we want to change how we're sorting on the fly. Then I can see the value of this. But for what I'm doing, I'm going to put in multiple sorters. I was just thinking like, oh, could I then use this to just set the value, ignore it, and I don't have to have a separate computer controlling all of this. But no, because I would still need to have a logic chip because I don't know if its stack information will remain there if it loses power and stuff, and I would be really annoyed if the sorter would, you know, stop sorting on kind of a like power out or something. Oh, there was a mode all any none. Okay. Thank you. So the mode is this. Into the stack we write so something like this, and its own internal instructions will use those. Okay. So the first 8 bytes is a value between 0 and 7. Which tells us... No, the bytes 0 through 7 of the OP code, which contains which instruction we're looking at. Then depending on the instruction, the following bytes are this or that, and so on and so forth. Okay, yeah, now I'm seeing it. And for to understand this, once you set the sorter, it stays set. I was kind of hoping it would be like that. It's one of those things where, you know, setup takes longer, kinda. Oh, then it's done. But if we do that, why don't I just use a normal... How is this better than using a computer? So I could see this being used for a way to, like, you know, just, like I said, have a sorting system that can adjust itself, possibly on the fly, depending on what happens earlier on, by changing the instructions as things happen. But if I could just put them down, name them with a labeler, slap down a computer with a sorting motherboard, and do the same sort of amount of work that I need to do, because I need to first connect these to an IC housing one at a time, then attach a piece of, you know, the chip, wait for it to write, send the instructions here, and then so on. Plug and play, say batch number command. Yeah, but then you'll have all of them doing the same thing. Okay, no, yeah. Okay, Balin, I see what you're saying. I see the value here. Okay, you build them all, you plug, you wire them all up, you slap down an IC housing, you activate it, you put on the chip that has the code, you let it sort of run once to write. So it goes through all of those one at a time, based on their names, loads it in, writes into its stack the appropriate instructions. Okay, yeah. I see that. It's been sorted iron, it's been sorted copper. Yeah, exactly, Balin. Yeah, I see that. And that way you can have a system that works for you, and then you can, plug and play, build it in the future, again and again and again. Okay, I'm glad I left the small amount of extra space, because that means we'll have here. If anything else comes here that does not belong here, now we'll have space here to figure out what the heck do we do with what do we do with that. Now these are now logic sorters, except the first one. And there we go. I like this idea. Seems like a fun thing to try to figure out. Now, did we have a small amount of shooterinos? I do believe that's 2 shoots in between, yeah, 1. Excellent. In nearly all playthroughs, you will have an ore/ingot silo storage array. We all have a bulk storage area. Yeah, I see that. Makes sense. Okay. I like it. It also means that then I have to choose and determine a predetermined order for everything. And it'll always be the same. Wait, no, it won't, because he's always looking for the name to come. So it'll be fine. Heck yeah. Okay, ran out of shoots again. Well, now I feel about silly about building a computer with a sorter, because now I'm going to try to do this via chip instead, but that's okay. We'll figure it out then. I can't remove you. So we can have... And to rename those base packs too. Just need to rebalance. Up. Box of large battery, $300. Enchanted. Hmm. $300 for large batteries. Nice. I bought a box of like small batteries and I was happy with that one. I should probably make more. Alright, so the stairs go down. There we go. Wrong pool. Why didn't you call that exotic trader? Ooh. I got no idea what I can get. Don't spoil it. I'm looking forward to finding out. Nice. Then this one. All I say is worth the effort. Good to know. Alright. Need to fix some shit here. Now we have stairs leading down here from over there. Need to make a whole bunch of chutes. Need to make some more silos eventually, because one of those will also then probably have to, hang on to ingots and shit. We'll get there. The big giant pit of death will be used for something. No idea what. But the Yeah, the current centrifuges will be then aimed into here until they're eventually completely replaced, and we try to do... How should we do? Centrifuging on site at the outpost. I think we should. I think it'll be more fun that way. An interesting challenge. But then again, just piping in a whole bunch of ore here is also working out pretty well, to be honest. Wow, bum, 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 bum. Then we'll start with the individual request by the player. Ooh, we need to replace all these first. Okay. You go in there. Oh yeah. Taking warning signs. Oh. Yeah. I'm absolutely very happy with my choice of flooring here. Oh yeah. Walls need work. Need to decide on ceiling. Yeah, like I said, then we'll have shutters on the inside of this one. We might raise the roof, we'll see, but for now we'll do it like this. Something's gonna happen there, no idea what. That corner needs to be pushed out. Frankly, we can do it immediately. And that whole thing's gonna change. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a large tank full of volatiles and fuel. No, that'll be crazy. And it's not in here. We'll have it outside. We'll turn the entire wall to windows. Who knows? We'll see. Okay, machine. 343. Alright. Geosilicon. A little bit. The large cardboard box. Please make more. That here. So the green. Oh no. I know I had a breaking cardboard box somewhere. Now we turn the machine on. Slap you in there. There. Fill one entire box with floor grating, and when it's done, land on that thing, and we'll be happy. You. There's never enough basic shoots, so just go nuts. And you, my friend. Let's see here. There we go. Let's keep on making a heck ton of those. I got empty batteries in my pockets. This helps. No one. Now, we need normal cable because we're going to be pulling a lot of freaking logic shit and so on. And all of those talking to each other. We'll have the sorters set in a sort of like set once and forget.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, we achieved quite a lot today. Everything down there is acceptable. Don't need to worry about it. Well, hello there, Radical Dan. Hope you're doing well. 39.4. None. Temperature has gone down a bit, so let's equalize that into here. I'm curious, is there a reason why you don't attack the chute directly to your outputs on your machines? Oh, the producers? I mean, I could, but I don't need to. It doesn't... See, it works just fine. And it's fun to look at it, you know? Feed each other. It's neat. And then from there, I want them to go places. So here we have the chutes. And also, this entire... As you can see from the mishmash of wires and this being a heckin' mess is because this was built originally on a much smaller platform and is ultimately kind of just a temporary solution. It's been a long-term temporary solution, but the idea is to turn this entire room into like a proper production floor with you know, chutes, stackers, loaders, all that good stuff. Personal preference, pretty much, and also because I haven't needed to. You know, it works. So there will be chutes in the future because like I said, I'm hoping to build this into something a bit more complex, you know, with logic and, you know, stacking, loading, storages for cardboard boxes and whatnot, and vending machines. But that is, you know, we'll get there. For now, my tiny little corner of mess works acceptably. And the first sort of like more serious complication will be happening here where we do stacks of ores. This is just so for visualization. We'll have a digital sort of output so we can pull a handle, like grab a thing, and then it will feed in at the next stack, and then we can grab them from there as necessary. We'll have consoles here to display what's inside, possibly how many as well, how well it's doing. But that's when we get there. We need more chutes. We need to code the sorting logic. We need to, you know, make choices, like what kind of wallpaper do we want? All the good stuff. And then eventually we need to, you know, build blocks, turn this walls around this thing, and have a proper output from this into a chute system, all that good jazz. And we'll get there eventually. You know, I only have my rookie numbers, barely above 200 hours by now. But we're getting there, slowly but surely. Still new to the game. Absolutely loving it. Just like I know for a fact, I can't wait to build the Larry and try to code it and figure out what all the cool things I can do with it, or the various forms of it. But before we do that, I want to finish working with my Harveys here. Because, well, we made some. And they've been manually fed. It all feels less than efficient, less than ideal. And as such, I'm hoping to eventually make a more sensible system here. It's almost 8 p.m. Shit. So let's enjoy the joys of loaf. And also radical Dan, why there's no shoot there is because sometimes I want its output to not go in the stacker because I just do make a quick thing in between. I want to grab it. So I put something in, I turn the stacker off, put something in so it closes. And then I make the thing and it throws it on the floor and I can just pick it up. So I can like skip it going through the stacker if I want to. Quick magic drink. Get extra hacking mega clean. Oh yeah. We're so clean. We're so filled with the magic of loaf. And the harvests are harvesting. We're getting more flour. And hopefully the chicken eggs haven't been destroyed because I haven't removed their packaging from the packaging, and I'm hoping they're being like inside an inventory allows them to, remain hale and hearty for far longer than they probably should. And we'll build some kind of weird little chicken cave thing. Because that'll be just funny. And I'm going to see about trying to make a Larry. Work with it. Because there's a Larry sort of harvesting thing that can just pick up loose items from the ground. So I think it's one of those, and they can spew out loose items on the ground. So it should be able to like suck up the eggs and then like throw down some wheat. There you go, you filthy animals. And automate the chickening. And I want them to be like inside a room that's like a cave beneath, and with a ceiling of windows so I can walk and look down upon the chickens. I think that could be funny. But yeah. Harveying. All those machines are producing shit. I think going A-okay. I'm just thinking about what I need to do next time. Well, keep on producing stuff. Make a heck ton of chutes so we can get all of our sorters connected. Yeah. Our electric centrifuges are doing an admirable jobs. They haven't been outpaced just yet, but at some point, as we increase production, they most likely will, and that means that at that time, we'll have to upgrade to the good old gas-powered ones. Until then, our current system works. We seem to be doing pretty A-okay. Just need even more raw resources. So what we're doing mostly A-okay. What I need to do is just, I guess, build more deep miners and slap them down in the area, the place where we get iron from. Which then means also that we need to get our sorting system working so we can get the ores nicely, cleanly separated. And also coming up with an order for these things. But that'll be next time, because I've been on for 9 hours and 47 minutes in total. A bit short on the YouTube side because the beginning of the stream ended up being a separate stream on there because we did game dev for around 3 hours. But now I'm gonna have to save and shave the game. And we're gonna see who's out and about and where do we raid, my friends. Which means we change scenes to this one, where I hang out in my mug. Now you have a look-see here at... Where is... Oh no, I went too far. Where's the song? There it was. Scrolled over multiple times. So, drink and industry. The partiest of Party Dwarf Fortress songs. Now, thank you everyone for hanging out. I said it before and I'll say it again. You guys are all lovely. Now, tomorrow there will be no stream. IRL has needs. I must do things. Go to places. Drive cars. And, all kinds of background stuff and real life stuff. But I will be back the day after tomorrow. And like today, we'll be starting with a few hours of game dev. Followed by... Make it. More Stationeers. I'm supposed to be a variety streamer, but man, this thing has me by the balls, if you will. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, Bale and Element. You are a font of infinite knowledge, as always. Thank you for all your help. And your generally good advice. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome. So now on the Twitch side, we'll see who's out and who's about and where do we raid. Now, I've also realized my endings might be really boring on the YouTube, for the YouTubers. We'll come up with some cleaner raid cuts. There are some Stationeers streamers, but none of them are speaking my language. That'll be a little awkward. Anyone on Iota raid 2 Clay, but we raided Clay not too long ago. But then again, we keep on raiding the same people anyway. Now, what are people playing? Anyone playing something somewhat similar to Stationeers? Let's see. That is tricky. If so many people are playing so many things or doing various stuffs, it's hard to find someone who's would be a sort of logical conclusion of this. So instead, we're gonna I'm reading Killer a lot lately. I know he won't. Because why not? We owe him a raid, apparently. So let's do the math correctly. We're raiding Claiborne, the mightiest of men, most mustachioed of dudes, a man, a being proper and sexual attraction. Send you all over there. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I'm all of you. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for everybody hanging out here. People on the YouTube side, people on the Twitch side. I'll probably see you around in the future, so, which will be at the earliest day after tomorrow. Well, thank you, everyone, and stay awesome. I'll be seeing you around. Until then, ta-ta.